Hello guys, welcome to NameTech channel. My name is Nehemiah and I'm very happy to have you on board. So today we are going to talk about Python, a full course on Python. But before we begin, please take a minute, subscribe, like and share the video to your friends. And to the returning subscribers, I really appreciate you very much for your continuous support. And you can always like these videos so that YouTube may recommend it to very many viewers like you. But without further ado, let's begin straight away. And Python is a popular programming language. It has a lot of community support. It can be used on web development, basically on the server side. And remember that very powerful websites like YouTube, like Spotify, and many others were created with Python. So basically, Python is just very awesome. And then also Python can be used on software development. It can be used in mathematics to perform complex mathematics. It can also be used in system scripting. And then basically, let's understand what can Python do. So basically, as I said, Python can be used on the server to create, basically on the server side to create basically web application. We have frameworks like Django, that's a Python framework, and then we also have Flask. These are powerful Python, web frameworks that can be used to create very powerful web apps. And then also Python can be used alongside software to create workflows. And then Python can connect to database system. It supports many database engines like MySQL. It supports PostgreSQL. It supports SQLite. Supports also the non-SQL database like MongoDB and many others. And then it can also read and modify files. And then Python can also be used to handle big data and perform complex mathematics. And then Python can be used for rapid prototyping or for production-ready software development. And then why should we learn Python? So basically, Python is supported on many platforms. It can work on Windows operating system. It can work on Mac. It can work on Linux operating system. It can work on Raspberry Pi and many others. So basically, the other reason why we should learn Python, Python has simple syntax similar just to English. For example, if you want to execute code, you can just say print, perhaps print hello world or NameTech is awesome or any integer or anything, any program. That's just awesome because basically you understand what you're doing. Like a print function is, you can just relate. You can just say that a print is something to do with a visual or something like that. So it's just easy. And then Python runs on an interpreter system, meaning that our code can be executed as soon as it's written. I'll show you in a few. And then this will mean that prototyping can be very quick. I'll show you in a few. And then also Python can be treated in a procedural way, an object-oriented way, and also a functional way. I'll show you everything here in this course. And then now, guys, I want us to begin, but then the requirement that you need to have here for us to begin, you need to have Python in your system. And then you need also to have a text editor or a place where you can write your Python codes. You can write codes on basically, I think on your operating system you usually have the notepad or kind of stuff like you can also use other text editors like Visual Studio Code. You can use Sublime Text, you can use brackets, you can use Adobe Dreamweaver, you can use PyCharm and the IDE for Python. You can use also what? And basically there are many other text editors that you can work with. But then for this tutorial, guys, I'm gonna use Jupyter Notebook. I find it easy to teach with, and then basically I'm gonna use Jupyter from an account environment. So first of all, let me show you how you can install these packages and especially the requirements for this course. .1, 1.3, the latest release. But then let me show you how you can check that out. So just go to your terminal. You can use any terminal like a command prompt. You can use PowerShell. You can use the Conda for Anaconda or any other terminal. Then what you do, just to check the version of the Python, you can just say Python. Just type here Python, then a dash version, then you'll get the version. Alternatively, you can just say pi. If that one fails, you can just type in pi, then a dash version, and then you'll get the version. You can see mine is 3.11.3. Remember, I installed the latest one because I always code with Python. But for you, I don't know what it will bring. Let me show you how you can download the latest version of Python. So what you do, just go to the Python website. Just type in Python. Should be python.org. Just type in python.org, and then go to the terminal, actually to the download section, and then go to download. Remember, mine is my operating system is Windows, but then select for your operating system. I don't know if you're using a Mac or a Linux or anything, but then for Windows, just click on it. Remember, for me, I already have this Python, but then for you, just click on Python. Then ensure that whenever you have a checkbox for PIP, ensure that it is selected, and also for tkinda, ensure that it is checked. Remember, these are very, very fundamental packages to be used in Python alongside Python. For example, PIP is a package manager to install Python packages, and then the tkinda is also GUI compiler if you want to do it, if you want to execute or to visualize or to compile, those basically the GUI stuffs, like a for matplotlib. If you want to visualize such stuffs, you must have this tkinda. So ensure that when the prompt or basically when you have a page where you have to select, ensure that the PIP is selected, and also tkinda is selected, or basically everything, ensure that everything is checked. I don't know what it will bring. Remember, for me, I already have it. That's why even if I try to download it, I can't show you properly how you can do that, because it will be kind of an update or a repair. So once you have downloaded Python in your system, the other thing that you need to have is the text editor. Basically, for us, I see that we are going to use a Jupyter Notebook from Anaconda environment. And remember, Anaconda is just an environment that usually come with the Python packages that you can write your programs, and the packages are already installed. For example, you can have all the packages. You will not have to install external modules in feature. It usually come with everything. So just go to Anaconda, and then download anaconda.com. Then go to the download section, and then here you are gonna do what you're gonna select your operating system, then download. Remember, the download is just straightforward. Just agree to everything, then go next until you finish the download. So once you have downloaded this Anaconda, just open the anaconda.navigator. Is you'll find it here. Once you have downloaded it, you'll find here you'll find it the added apps, the recently added apps. But remember, for me, I had already installed earlier. You can use the alphabetical order here to search it. For example, for Anaconda should be somewhere at the top. Anaconda, I don't know why it's not bringing. Oh, you can see there's Anaconda, but then Anaconda Navigator. Ensure that this Anaconda Navigator is selected. Then what you do, just click on basically you can see once you have launched, you will see we have several programs here that you can work with. You can see we have Dataspell, and Dataspell is an IDE for exploratory data analysis and prototyping machine learning models and such stuff. So we also have CMD.ex, run CMD.ex terminal with your current environment from Navigator activated and such stuffs. And many others. We also have PyCharm. Remember, PyCharm is the IDE also for Python. and many other programs here. But then for today, we're going to use Jupyter Notebook from this Anaconda environment. So what you do, just click on the launch. Click on the launch, and then it's going to open on your browser, your default browser. Remember, for me, it's going to open in the basically in the what in this Google Chrome, because Chrome is my default browser. And then what you do, decide where you're gonna place your project. Mine, perhaps I can say desktop. Then at this desktop, guys, I'm gonna create a new file. So just click on the new, and then choose your Python interpreter. For in our case, we are using Python 3. And then basically, guys, here in this page, at the top, you can choose to change the title from untitled title to your preferred title. Perhaps, let me say Python. Let me use a capital. Let me say Python full course. Remember, guys, we are going to use this text editor to write our Python programs. Otherwise, guys, you can also try to work with the IDE, actually with the terminal directly, but that's not a good practice. But let me show you that. For example, if you just want to write your Python codes on the terminal direct, you can just say Python. Just say Python, and then it's gonna open that Python scripts. Basically, Python place or a shell where you can write your Python. Perhaps you can say something like let me say print. Perhaps let me say nametech is awesome, right? I don't know if nametech is awesome. Let me say nametech is awesome, because we provide a lot of free content here. And then you can see it is now executed. Nametech is awesome. You can also print an integer, like let's say print 1000. And then when you hit enter, it will print that value. And then you can also combine the string and the integer, like let's say print. Remember, string is defined using the quotes. You can use be it a single or a double quotes. With Python it doesn't matter. And then I can say my best number is, and then I'll close the quotes. Then to concatenate or to combine, you can add in a comma to combine the data types. This one is a string, and the integer you can say perhaps 1000. Then you do what, you close the parentheses. Then you can see my base number is 1000. So basically, this is how you can do that with the terminal. To exit, you can just say exit, and then an empty tuple. Remember, these two brackets are tuple. I'll talk about the tuples in a few. So basically, this is how you can, and this is how you can do it. This is how you can close or exit that Python shell. But for today, guys, I'm gonna focus with the text editor, or basically your IDE. Now that you have installed Python in your system, you have the notebook. Now let's begin tackling some basics Python syntax here. So guys, basically, as I've just showed you, Python can be executed by writing directly in the command line, like we used CMD to write those are Python programs. But then also, let me show you now how we are going to write our programs with this code editor or a text editor. So for example, if you want to execute, or if you want to write, let me write here a single program here, or a statement, like let me say a print, for example, let me say hello there, hello should be hello there. Now to run, you just click on this. Actually, to execute the codes at the terminal, just click on run, then it will print out hello there. And then guys, basically remember the other thing about Python. Python is case sensitive. Remember this print keyword is a built-in keyword in Python. Like you can't use capital print print, actually Python is case sensitive. Like for example, when I say print in capital, it won't work because it did not define it. Because let's see, you can see to brings us the name error. A print is not defined. But then when you use a small let me say print in small print, you can see it will work. It will print hello there. So basically, remember Python is case sensitive. So when you are writing your Python program, just know that Python is case sensitive. Alternative, let me show you another case scenario where this case sensitivity of Python applies. For example, let me create here two variables. For example, let me use, remember a variable is anything like that can be used to store values to be used later. Just like you can have a water tank to store water to be used in future, or anything to store something to be used later. Variables likewise are used to store the values to be used later. For example, let me create a variable x, then when you use an equal sign, you are not equating, you are just assigning. For example, this x variable, I can assign it to you can assign to a data type, you can assign to any data type. Like in this case, let me just assign it to an integer, perhaps let me say 1000. This is small x, then at the capital X here, let me just again say or let me just say what, let me just say print let me say print x. You can see it works, but then when I use a capital X here, it won't work. You can see it brings the error. So remember, Python is case sensitive. Just know that, so that you may not have issues. And then let me also talk about the indentation nature of Python. So remember, indentation refers to the space at the beginning of our code in our code line, like the space between this margin and the first code. This space here now is the indentation, or indent here. This is the indentation space here, this white space here between the margin and the first line of code. So basically, that's the indentation. So you need to know that Python also considers indentation a lot, and in this case, guys, let me show you, for example, two scenarios where this indentation applies. Like in this new line of code, I can say, let me use an if statement here. We shall talk about these stuff much later, in details as we go on. But then let me just say, for example, if 5 is greater than let's say 5 is greater than what? 3. 5 is greater than 3. Then let me say print. For example, let me use a string. Let me say 5 is greater. Let me say 5 is greater than what? Than 3. Of course, you can write. You can also add in other statements there, other conditions. But let me run this codes. You can see 5 is greater than 3. It works. But then you can see there's an indentation here. This space between the edges in the first character. Remember, when I remove the indentation, then try to run, it won't work, because you can see the indentation error, expected indentation block after if statement on line 1. So basically, remember the number of indentation doesn't matter. You can add just one. Basically, you can just add in several, but it must be in line. It must be in line. And then it can work or even with one, but that's not a good practice. So basically, just consider that. And then now, guys, basically, let me talk about the comments. Remember, comments are just helpful description about the codes. For example, you can say, let me just here at the top, let me just write here, this is my first program. This is my first Python programs. Not really, should be programs. Program. Now a comment is defined using the hash in Python, just like this. If you add a hash, let's say, if you say you add in a hash like this, then Python will consider this one as a comment, so it will not execute it. So let me try to run. You can see it won't work. Or guys, basically a good example. Let me just delete this one. Let me just Let me just delete this one, and then let me make this one a comment. Remember another easiest way to make it a comment. Just click on the control, then at the forward slash, it will make everything a comment. Like now when I try to render or execute these codes at the terminal, you can see it doesn't work because we have made these programs to be a statement or a comment. We have made it a comment. So Python considered it as nothing. So remember, comment just help developers to know that this part was this program or whatever. So it won't be executed, but help programmers to identify which part handled such stuff and and so forth. Perhaps let me talk about the variables in details, because that's a very fundamental part of Python. Remember, as I said earlier, like you can have a container to store something, like a container to store water to be used later. Variables likewise are just like containers for storing data values to be used in future. So basically, Python has no command for declaring a variable. A variable is created at the moment you first assign a value to it. Let me show you. Let me use a new line of code here, and I show you that. Guys, let me just use remember a new cell here, just like a different notebook. So Python will execute only the active cell. So these other cells will be considered as nothing with this Jupyter notebook. So just consider this new cell as a new thing. And then here, let me create a variable. A variable can be descriptive, it can be a single letter, like I just say A, B, C, D, or anything, or it can be descriptive. You can use long names, like I can use camel case. You can use I'll talk about this stuff later, but then let me show you an example of a variable. A variable, like it can be like X. Then let me assign it to an integer, like perhaps let me say 5. And then let me also create another variable Y. Then let me assign it to a string. Remember, a string is defined using the quotation mark. It can be single or a double quotation mark. Then perhaps let me say Nehemiah Wekesa. Remember, a string is anything which is not a number. Anything which is not a number is a string. So, and then we can print. We can print what? We can print X. Also, we can print what? We can print Y, or we can print both at the same line of code. We can say also print X, should be X and Y. So let me try to run. And then guys, you can see now it works. We have printed out X, the first print function. Then the second print function has executed the Y. And then at the third one, it has printed out both 5 and the strings. So basically, guys, this is how you can define and assign variables. Example for a string, I can say, for example, let me say Nehemiah, or a name tag. Let me use a name tag. Then when I try to run, you can see it is a string. But then also when I use double quotes, double quotes like this, the opening and the closing of double quotes, it will still bring out the string. But I remember when you don't specify the quotes, it won't work. It will bring an error like it's not defined. You know, Python will not define, will not understand if this one is a string, or anything. So basically, it's a good practice always to do it, always to consider that to define a string you must use the quotes, be it a single or a double quotes, for it to work. And then guys, basically let me talk about how you can assign multiple. Let me talk about how you can assign multiple variables, or let me talk about these variables guys in much deeper. As I said, variables can have a short name like x, y, z, or a b, c, d, e, the short names, or a more descriptive name like for example, car name, total age, a total volume, or a maximum number, So basically, let me talk about the rules for Python variables. The first one, a variable name must start with a letter or the underscore character. So it must be a letter or an underscore character. It can be what? Cannot be a number, like you can't say x. Let me use what? Let me use here. You can't say 5. You can't say 9, then assign it to this one, then I print 9, then let me run. Yeah, so guys, you can see it brings us an error. Cannot assign the literal here. Maybe you meant equating. So basically, a variable can be defined with a number. It cannot begin with a number, but it can begin. A number can begin and then followed by an integer. Like for example, here when you say n, it can work. You can see it works. So ensure that a number doesn't begin when defining your variable. And then I remember the variable name can only contain alphanumerical characters and underscores. So nothing more than that. It can only have, for example, it can have this alphanumeric underscore, and then perhaps a number. Then basically it can be a longer value, but it can be like for example, let's say n, then a dot or a hyphen. This one won't work. Then for example, let me say n 9. This one won't work. And then also, or a dot, this one won't work. So ensure that guys, basically it is either alphanumeric or or underscores. So you can use the numerical numbers or the underscore, but nothing more than that. Special characters, you can use this one, but not any other special characters, because it won't work. So guys, basically let me talk about the multi-words variable. And guys, remember we have several ways which you can define multi-words variables. Like the first one is camel case. You can say, for example, let me use a new line of code here, and then let me say basically a new cell. Then here perhaps for camel case, it begins with what? It begins each word except the first starts with a capital letter. Like for example, you can say my variable name, and then you can assign it to your name. Like for example, Nehemiah. And then when you say print, then this variable name. Remember, when you pass the variable to the print function, it must be exact. Then when you run, it will bring out Nehemiah. So basically this is camel case. Alternatively, you can use the Pascal case. Now for Pascal case, It's just like the camel case, but now every word begins with a capital letter. Like for the start, it also begins with my, actually with a capital. Then now, when you do that, you must also change there the print function. Then you can see it still works. And then also you have the snake case, and each word is separated by an underscore, character. So like remember, you can say this. For example, let me say my. Then it's separated with the underscore, like my variable, name, Then once you have defined that variable here, do the same with the print function. Then what you do, let me run, and then I can see it works. So basically these are the techniques that you can use to define your variables. So basically, let me talk about the data types, because these are very fundamental aspects of Python. So basically in Python, data types is an important concept, and variables can store data of different types, and different types can do different things. So basically Python can have the following. I've talked about the data types in a few, just not to highlight, but Python has the following data types. First of all, the text type is a string, and which is defined as can I just type in here? For string, text type is a string, so which is defined with the str. This one is for string. This one is for string. And guys, basically with this notebook, you can see when it is highlighted kind of a green, just know that one is a building data type in Python. And then we also have the numeric types. In that case, we have integers, float, and complex. So basically, these one are the numeric types. Like for example, for integer is just int. For float, just float. You can see it is green when I type float, because it's a building keyword in Python. And then complex is also part of the numeric types. So basically these are the numeric type. And then the sequence type, for sequence types you have a list, you can have a tuple, or you can also have a range. So basically these ones are sequence type. Then we also have a mapping type, where we have a dictionary, which is defined with this keyword dict. And then we also have the the set type. For set type, you can have a set or a frozen set. It should be frozen set. You can see it is underlined green. It's a keyword in Python. And then for Boolean type, remember Boolean, these are just true or false, value. So for Boolean, it is defined using this bool, just like that. Then we also have the binary types. For binary types, you can have bytes. You can have a byte array. It should be byte. It should be byte array. Okay, so basically to get a data type, for example, I showed you earlier, but then let me use what? Remember this one won't run, because let me just show you. There's a new line of code. For example, let me say x. Then let me assign it to a string, an integer. Remember, an integer is any number that has any number which is it is numeric. So here, let me just say print what? Print it's gonna be type. Then I'm gonna pass in what? That 5. Not really 5. Now we pass in x, the variable that we have just declared or assigned. Then what you do? Let me run. Then you can see it is an integer. But if you add the quotes, if you add these five inside the quotes, inside these quotes, it will be a string. You can see change class. Just check here. It's gonna be a string. You can see it's now changed to string. So a string is any number that is defined, anything that is defined with a string. Like if you can as well use a Nehemiah, for example. Let me say Nehemiah. So basically this one is a string still, and then for complex, remember, let me use a a float. For a float is any number that has decimal, like 100.1. anything that has decimal, it will be what? It will be a float. So let me just try to run, and then you can see it is now a float. And then for complex, you can use a number and a number and what? A number and a value and alphabetical value, like for example 1J. So basically this one will be a complex. So let me run, and then you can see it's a complex. And then you can as well for a list, basically for a list. Let me just do this. Let me just define a list. Remember, list is defined using the squared brackets. You can say, then here you can pass in your strings. Like I can say, let me use a number, or let me just use numbers 1, 2, 3, basically 4, and then a 5. Then what I do, let me run. When I run, it will be what? It will be a list. You can see it's a list. And then for tuple is defined using these the rounded brackets or parentheses should be inside the parentheses. So it will be what? It will be a tuple. And then for a dictionary, remember, a dictionary must be defined with the key and value pair. They are always in key value pair. So like in that case, let me just say, first of all, define your dictionary using the brackets. Then for example, let me say name, the key, then the value I can assign it to Nehemiah. Nehemiah. And then for example, then to separate a parameter here, you're going to use a comma. Then for example, age, or let me just say age. Age, perhaps I can give it any value, like let me say 30. Remember, that is an integer. You don't have to specify the the quotes. You can just say 30 like that. Then guys, basically this one is gonna be a dictionary or a dict. Let me just, you can see now it is now a dictionary. You can use a frozen set. You can use a boolean, or for boolean, let me just say, let me just show you a simple one for boolean. For boolean is a true and false value, true. So when I run, it will be a boolean or a bool. So basically that's how you can do that. And you have a byte arrays, you have memory view. You can always find reference on the website and discuss others. But what I've showed you, those are basically what I always applied. You can also use the none type. Actually none, just like this none. Then this one is gonna be the none type. The none type. Data type. So guys, basically this is all about the data types. Let me talk about guys the operators. In Python. So guys, basically operators are used to perform operation on variables and the values. Like you can perform addition using the plus operator to add together two values. Basically you can concatenate, it can be used also to concatenate perhaps a string and an integer, or any data types. For example, in this new cell, I can say print and then I can say 10, and then plus 10, that's gonna be 20. You can see it is now 20. So basically you can use it to do it, to perform some simple mathematics functions. So basically Python divides the operators in the following groups. First of all, we have the arithmetic operators, and then we also have the assignment operators, we have the comparison operators, we have the logical operators, we have the identity operators, we have the membership operators, and then the bitwise operators. So let me begin with arithmetic. As I've just showed you, you can use it. You can use plus to add, minus to minus, it will be 0. And then for divide, for multiplication, just say use asterisk like that. 10 asterisk 10 is gonna be 10 times 10, so that is 100. Then to divide, you just use the the forward slash, then it will be 10 divided by 10, which is 0, which is 1, sorry. And then guys, basically for modulus, you use a percentage, then when you run it will be 0. And then for floor division, use the double forward slash, then it's gonna be a 1. So basically this is how you can perform this is how you can perform Python arithmetic operation. So let me talk about the assignment. Now remember, in these variables, we've been saying perhaps this one to this one, we are not equating, we are just assigning. Let me show you an example. Like for example, when you say x, then you use this equal operator, and then say perhaps 5, you are not equating x to 5, you are just assigning x to 5 so that you can use it later. For example, let's say print print x. So basically this one is we are done what we are assigning. So when if you want to equate, you use this a double equation, and then guys, basically this one, it will mean that you're equating. This one is not assignment. For assignment, it's just a single equation sign. And then you can as well use what you can as well use a plus and equal, basically to assign. Basically, let me talk about these assignments. You can say plus equal to 5, then it's gonna be that one. And then for minus, just say basically this one is assignment, minus, and then it's gonna be that. And then for multiplication, assigning basically assigning is gonna be this way. And then you can try with the division. For division, just add in what these are stuff, then it's gonna work. Remember guys, you can as well define those mathematical operation with the variables. I forgot to show you that, but you can say, for example, x equals to, or you are assigning to perhaps 10 plus 90. Then here the print function, you can say print x, then you can see it still work. You can execute directly at the print function, or you can use the variables. So guys, basically that's how you can do that. Now for comparison operators, for example, if I say that if you want to equate, you use what? If you want to equate, you can use the double equal sign. Like for example, let me say x. For example, let me say x. I can equate it to, for equating, you use the double equal sign, then perhaps y, then and do it. Let me here the print function. The print function guys, like here I can say what here, let me just say print, not really. Let me first of all do this. Let me just say, for example, x, assign it to a value like a 5, and then y, let me assign it to a number like a 3, Then the print function, let me first of all cut. Let me say print then these values here. So basically this one is gonna return a false because 5 is not equal to what? 5 is not equal to 3. It will return a false, actually a false boolean here. So because 5 is not equal to 3, but if you change it to 5 equals to 5, that will be true, because yeah, you can say it is true, or you can as well use the integers. Perhaps here I can say Nehemiah. Basically this one won't work. This one won't work, it is false, because the Nehemiah is a string, can't be equals to another 5, which is an integer. Let me just copy, then I use it here. So this one will work. You can see it is now true. Now for not equal, for example, first of all let me undo. If you want to say to specify it is not equal, if you want to return the true value, you can see when you run here it is false. But if you want to say not equal, you can so do this. You can use the exclamation, then equal. So basically this one will be true. This one means that it's not equal to y. X is not equal to y. So for greater than, you can say, for example, let me just use an integer here. Let me say, for example, let me say x is greater than. For greater than, you just use this equal this operator here. Then it's gonna be true that x is greater than y, which is 10 is greater than 5. That is true. For less than, you just use these angle bracket for less than. Then it's gonna be false, because x is not less than 5. And then so basically you can just try all that, but basically this is how you can perform what Python comparison. Now let me talk about some logical operators which can be used to combine perhaps conditional statements. Let me just show you, for example, let me just show you how you can use the and, or, not, and other stuffs. For and, let's begin with and, how you can use and to perform logical operation. So for example, let me assign x to 100. Then I hear the print function. Let me say print. Then I can say perhaps x greater than, perhaps let me say x is greater than 50. Remember, x we are saying it means stands for 100. So when you say x, which it will be meaning 100 is greater than 50, and when you say and is less than, you can also say is less than 150, and then basically in this case it will be true. And not really, guys, basically here invalid syntax, guys. So first of all, I should have defined here the x itself like this. Then it is true, x is greater than 50, and x is less than 150. So when you say here 15, remove that 50, it will be a false value. So basically that's how you can do that. You can use also the identity operators, like for example, you can also say x is y. Basically this one will return true if both variables are the same object. For example, let me just show you a single example here, like I can say, for example, let me say x for y. Let me say y is y also. Let me give it to 100. Then I hear the print function. Let me say x is y. X is y. It is true. But then when I say 105, this must return false, because it's not equal. You can use also the strings You can use the string Geyser to define those stuffs, but I think now you get what I mean. Now you can as well do it. You can as well perform Python membership operation. We also have the membership operators, and basically membership operators are used to test if a sequence is are presented in an object. Now, for example, basically you can use let me use a new line of new cell here. Then here perhaps let me say x. Then let me assign it to what? Let me assign it to fruits perhaps. I can say banana, and also remember this one is a list. Then let me use perhaps cherry, like this. Then here the print function. Let me say print. Print what? Print let me say perhaps banana in x. So basically let me just run, and then I can see it is true because the banana is available in this value. Like perhaps when I just say like something like a mango, this one won't be true because mango is no longer available there. So guys, basically this is how you can perform membership operation. You can as well use the not in. For example, if you want to say not in, you can just say not in. This one will be true. So let me run. Then this one is true. But if I say cherry, it will be false. Cherry. Then I run, it will be what? Sorry. Should be when I run, it will be false. So basically, guys, and this is how you can perform operation in Python. And this is how you can perform operation in Python. And then guys, I've talked about the list, the tuples, the sets, the dictionary. Remember, dictionary is defined using what? Using the brackets. Let me show you that. I think for list order, let me just repeat. Let me create a dictionary. Basically, let's begin with a list. First of all, you must use an assignment operator, and then here you can say perhaps let me use integers, actual strings. Let me say Nehemiah Wekesa. Then here let me say Gideon Omondi. And then out to the print function, let me say print. Let me say print. Print. Basically, this one is a list. You can check. Basically, let's say print. Let's say first of all print x. Then the second thing, let's print the data type, so that let's say print type x. So let's run. And then you can see in my Wekesa the type is a list. For a tuple is defined using the parentheses. It should be inside the parentheses like this. And then when you run, it will give you a tuple. Now for a dictionary, you use this curly braces, and then here you separate with a key. Remember, a dictionary is defined using a key value pair, but separated with this colon. And then if you want to add several, you can just do the same, and then it's gonna be fine for you. Let me just copy, then add in another, and then it's gonna be this way. You can see it's now a dictionary basically. Now let me talk about the conditions. In Python, and we are going to begin with the if-else condition. So in that case, guys, remember I said that Python supports the usual logic condition I showed you earlier. like for equals a, you can say a equals to you use that example somewhere, but you can just say a equals to b. Let's say print first of all, let me say a, for example a, let me give it 100, and then but remember this one is basically if you want to perform logical condition, you can try with this one. You can say for not equal, basically a good practice, let me say let me just assign it to a value like let me say 50. Let me say 50 for equal, for let me say b, b equals to a. Remember when you use a double quotation, basically double equal sign, it will mean that you are equating. So what I do here guys, let me just try to run, then it's false because it's not true. 100 can be equal to 50, but when you say 100 equals to 100, basically when you say a is 100, b is 100, then a b it will mean b equals to a. So basically this one should be true, and this one should be what? Should be true. And then you can say, for example, for not equal, you can use the this exclamation. This will be false because they are equal. And you can try for less than. For less than, you can just say less than like this. Then this one will be false because it's not true. Let me just say 50. So when you say b is less than 100, this one will be true because b is less than 100. You can try for greater than and such stuff. But then guys, let me now talk about the let me now talk about the if, the if statements. Now the if conditions. So in that case guys, for example, let me just in this same pubs, let me just copy the codes, and then to the new cell, let me just paste it there. And then here perhaps let me say if, let me now begin to use the if. Let me say for example if b, for example if b is greater than a, if b is greater than a. Remember, if you use a if condition, you must close the first line of code with a colon, and then remember you must maintain the indentation there. Remember I talked about the indentation. If you don't define an indentation, it gives you an error. So if b is greater than a, you can say print perhaps b is a string. For example, b is greater than a. B is greater than a. B is greater than a. So b will be greater than a. We know it's not true because it doesn't. You can also add in other stuff like the else. You can also use the else. But for example, let me just change it to 500, and then when I run it will print out b is greater than a, because it's true, because b has more values than a. Remember, if you don't add in the indentation, remember it must be at least first of all, let me show you that. You can see this one brings an error because the indentation is expected here. You can use a single space. Remember, good practice guys is at least to have the 4 spaces. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, you can see it turns to green, and then 1 red, 2 red, 3 red, but 4 it turns to green. Remember, all of them it will work, provided you must have at least one. But a good practice is always to have 4 spaces, and that way you'll be on a safer zone. Always remember to have the indentation when using these conditions. So perhaps let me talk about the elif. Basically, the elif keyword is a Python way of saying if the previous condition were not true, then I try the next condition. Perhaps let me say for example print, then this one, then here in the next line, let me use now. For example, if you want to add in the elif, it must be in line with the if condition. Actually, it shouldn't have the indentation. Let me say elif. as I said, this elif keyword I said is a Python way of saying if the previous conditions was not true, then I try this other condition. Perhaps we all know that for example, let me change here to 50 because basically b is greater than b is greater than a. That's false. It must bring something else. For example, let me say for elif, a is greater than basically a is less than b. Then also you close with a colon. Then let me say print. Print. Then here let me say what? Let me say a. Let me say b as a string also. Let me say b. B is less than a. So when I run, it should be b is less than a because first of all it will bypass this statement because this one won't work. And then it will print out the second one because 50 is less than 100. It can be greater than 100. So let me run, and then basically what is that? Oh, it should be the other way around. Okay, so basically I should have said b, also b here. Let me use b, and then let me say a because remember how I did that. For example, when I say, let me undo first of all. Remember these statements are the same. When I say b is greater than a, is the same as a is greater than b, so it won't have any effect. Otherwise, let me say b is greater than a, so for it to have an effect. So let me run, and then you can see b is less than a, and then for example, when I add in 500, it will be greater than. It prints out this second this first condition. So basically that's how you can do that. Also guys, we have the else keyword, and remember for else keyword catches anything which is not caught by the preceding condition. So for example, you can say for example, if you have remember, for example, if I say 100, so it's either not equal to or it's not less than or equal, because it's not less than or greater than, because all of them are equal. When I run, you can see it doesn't print out anything. So you must also add in another keyword to add another statement to the terminal so that it can be perfect. Remember, it must be in line with the other stuffs. Then here I can say else. Now for else, this one is just straightforward. Then let me say print. Print b. Let me say b. Let me say b is equal to what? Is equals to a. Sorry, it should be a. So basically this way it will say b is equals to a. So now I think our statements are now perfect. For example, when I try to increase, it will b will be greater than a. That is true. Now for example, when I try to reduce to 10, it will be b is lesser than a. And then when I equate, it will be equal. So basically now this is how you can perform these conditions in Python. Remember, we also have others like you can also use the shorthand. You can use the shorthand for shorthand, guys. Perhaps remember, guys, you can also you can just perform directly. You can also have just the else without the elif. You can also have the else without the elif. Let me make it a comment. Remember, a comment will mean that this one is not what. It will mean this one is not a program or a code. It will just treat it as nothing. So b is equal to a. B is equals to a. But for example, if it is when I increase to 100, it will be this one will be greater than true. But for example, if I increase the a to a more value, so basically the statement will be wrong, because perhaps I need to modify it. Then perhaps let me say is less than. Let me say b less than a. This one will be true. Yeah. So guys, basically you can just use the elif. Basically you can just use the if and the else statement, other than including the elif keyword. Just directly it still works. And then I say that you can also have the shorthand. So for example, let me just show you how you can use that. You can use the shorthand for let me see, should I use a new line of code here? Guys, here let me just say perhaps, remember for shorthand it will mean that you don't have to have the indentation there. For example, here you can just do this. You can just say print. It will still work. If you do this like this, it will still work. For example, let me run. You can see it does. For example, when I increase these values, it will still print out. Other than if you have issues with the indentation, you can just use the that shorthand. It will still give you the same results. You can do the same with the else. But then guys, basically this is how you can perform this condition. You can also use the AND. The AND keyword is a logical operator and is used to combine condition statements. For example, I can add in even. Let me delete the number of zeros here and I use perhaps 10. Let me add in also C. Let me say C. Then let me give it perhaps 5. And then guys, basically I can say if let me just use a. Let me say a equals. Remember, for equals we use this equal double equal operator, and then here is equals to b, and what, use this and then let me say b. B is greater than C. B is greater than C. We are gonna do it. Let's print that. Let's say true. It's a boolean. For boolean, let me just say let me just say true. Let me use it as a string. Otherwise, false. Let me say false. False. Then let me run and see if it will work. Yeah, I guess I can see it is true. And then when I add in perhaps 50 here, it will be what? It will be false, because it's not true. So guys, basically I want us now to talk about the Python loops. And Python has two primitive loop commands. We have the while loops and we have the for loops. We are going to begin with the while loops. And guys, basically with the while loops, you can execute a set of statements as long as the condition is true. So without further ado, let me show you an example here. So for example, let me create a variable, perhaps let me call it I for increment. Then let me give it 1. And then let me say what? Let me use a while loop here. Let me say while. Let me say while I is less than 6. Is less than perhaps 6. Let's say print. Let's say print I. And then guys, basically always remember to auto increment. Otherwise, you'll have the issues. Remember to to increment. Basically, or the loop will just continue forever. Let me first of all show you how to increment. So let me say I. To increment, we just say plus plus, then equal, then perhaps let's say 1. And then this way you can see it is printed out. Remember, if you forget, let me just use another example here, or in the same, let me just remove this one. Let me make it a comment. You will see it will just continue one, it will just continue forever. And then guys, you can see it just continues to infinity. So basically it's a good practice always to do it, always to at a break, otherwise it will just continue forever. Let me say break. First of all, let me say break like this. Then let me now add in that statement I. Not really now, we should be that plus should be plus plus equal to 1. Then let's run, and then guys, you can see it works. Now it is up to 3. So basically guys, this is how you can break the statement even if the while condition is true. So let me talk about the continue. Basically guys, with the continue statement we can stop the current iteration and continue with the next. Like let me say, for example, let me just say continue here. Let me say continue. Then what I do, let me run, and then guys, basically, alright guys, basically I forgot here. I forgot here. I should have added also the print function here at the end. I should have added several statements. I forgot. That's why I can see it's now continuing to. So guys, basically in this case, we'll continue to the next iteration if I is 3. So in this case, let me just try to run and see so that I can see. Yeah guys, as you can see it does. Basically, if we began from, for example, let me just change here to perhaps 0. Let me change here to 0, and then let me try to run. And then guys, basically you can see you can still continue to the next iteration even if it is and basically then if I is 3. Now let me talk about the else statement. Now guys, basically with the else statement you can run a block of code once when the condition is no longer it's no longer true. Basically let me show you an example guys. Basically to print a message when the condition is false, for example, in that case, let me just use here a new line of code. Let me say I, then assign it to perhaps again 1. Then let me say while should be while I is not really. Let me use less than perhaps 6. Let me say print what? Print I. And then always guys, remember to do it to add this statement here to increment to increment here. You say I, you can say plus, and then increment by 1, or else let me say else do what? Let's print the string. Let me say basically let me say I, or I is no longer is no longer less than 6. And then what I do, let me run and see if it will work. Yeah guys, basically you can see I is no longer less than 6. So basically that's how you can do that. Now the other thing that I want us to talk about here, and these are loops, was the for loops. So guys, basically a for loop is used for iterating over a sequence, that is either a list, a tuple, a dictionary, a set, or a string. So basically this is less like the for keyword in other programming languages, and works more like an iterator method for us, as found in other object-oriented programming language. So guys, basically with the for loop we can execute a set of statement once for each item in a list, a tuple, set, etc. So let me show you guys let me show you an example, guys, for you to understand better. For example, let me create a list, a fruit list. Let me say fruits. Then I can assign it to a list of fruits. Remember, a list is defined using the squared brackets. Then above the first fruit, I can say apple. Then I separate a list in an item or an array list with what? With a comma. Then perhaps let me say banana. And then let me say also perhaps something like mango. Then now let me show you now how we can iterate over this, how to print these items, how I can iterate over this item here in these are the fruits list. So let me say for x in what in a fruits. For x in fruits, let's say print what we are gonna print x now. Then what I do, let me run and see, and then guys, basically you can see now we have printed out the fruits in the fruits section. Actually we have printed out each fruit in the list, in that array list. So guys, basically for loop, basically the for loop does not require an indexing variable to set beforehand. But then let me talk about how you can loop through a string. So guys, basically even strings are are readable objects, and they can contain a sequence of characters. Perhaps guys, let me show you. Let me show you that. Perhaps let me just say. Let me just do what? Let me just copy. Then perhaps let me just paste it there. So and then here let me say, remember string is defined using the quotation marks. So this one will return what? This one will return each letters in this string here. And so what I do, let me run and see if it is true. You can see it has iterated over this fruit string. It has printed out each word in that fruit statement. So let me now talk about also the break statement. So guys, basically with the break statement we can stop the loop before it has looped through the items. So let me copy the codes here, and then to this a new cell of this Jupyter. Let me paste it there, and then let me say for x in fruits, print x, and then let me say if x equals to perhaps let me say banana equals to banana, and then let me say break. So it will, when it will reach to banana, it will not print the other stuffs. It will not print mango and the other stuffs preceding a banana. So what I do, let me run and see. You can see it is apple and a banana. So basically that's how you can do that. And for strings, basically you can also do it. You can also break. You can also, guys, basically you can also exceed the loop when perhaps x is banana, but this time we want to break. Actually the breaks come before the print function. You can do that as well. Let me just say, let me just cut. Then what I do, let me guys, basically this one, let me just let me just do this. Let me just print, actually add the print function here at the end, so that you can see how we can exit the loop. So let me just run. Actually print, first of all let me remove the indentation. Then what I do, let me run, And then guys, basically you can see how we can exit a loop when the x is banana. So basically that's how you can work with that. Now let me talk about the continuous statement. Now guys, basically for continue, first of all let me undo these changes here. For continue, guys, basically for continue is gonna do what? For this continuous statement, you can stop the current iteration of the loop and continue with the next. Like let me show you here. Just let me say what? Let me just add this print function here at the end, and then what I do here, instead of a break, let me say continue. Let me say continue like this, and then what I do, let me just try to run and see if it will work. Yeah guys, basically you can see it just it continued. So basically that's how you can do that. Now let me talk about the range function. So guys, basically to loop through a set of code a specified number of times, we can use the range function. And basically the range function requires a sequence of numbers starting from perhaps 0, that's 0 by default, and the increments by perhaps 1 by default, and then also it ends at a specified number. So like let me show you a quick another one here, a simple one, an example, a quick one. So let me say for x in range perhaps the range of 10, let me say print x. Then what I do, let me run and see if it will work. And then guys, basically you can see it does. So this is how you can do that. But then guys, basically you need to note that the range of 10, in this case the range of 10 here is not basically is not the values of between 0 to 10, but instead 0 to 9. That's why you can see it reached 9. Now the range function defaults to 0 as a starting value. However, it's also possible to specify the starting value by adding the by adding a parameter, perhaps a range, and then you define a starting parameter, which means the value. Perhaps if I do that, let me just show you. Let me say, for example, it starts from 1. Initially it began from 0. Let me say you can say even 1. You can add in that parameter. And then what I do, let me just try to run, and then you can see it began from 0. And then also you can specify basically guys, with the range function, basically guys, it defaults to increment sequence by 1, but also you can do what, you can change the increment value perhaps by adding the the third parameter. For example, if I want to increment by, so let's say 2, I just specify this other parameter, and then when I try to run, it's gonna be increment by 2. So for example, if I want even numbers, I can say 0. Then when I run, it will be 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, 6, 8, and so forth. So perhaps let me talk about the else in for loop. Guys, basically the else keyword in a for loop specify a block of code to be executed when the loop is finished. Like let me show you guys an example of how you can print numbers. Perhaps I can use 0 to 5 and print the message when the loop is ended. Perhaps let me just show you for x in range. Should I just copy the example? It's not a good practice for a coder, but let me be an exception. Let me say 10, and then what I do here, let me add in an else keyword, else statement, else, and then else print, finally finished. Perhaps finally should be finally finished. something like that. Finally finished. Then what I do, let me just try to run and see if it will do that. Yeah guys, I bet you can say finally finished. So it does work. But then I need to note that the block will not be executed if the block is stopped by by the break, by the break statement. Like let me show you. For example, if you say, if I add in a break here, perhaps after this, for example, if I add in a break, for example, let me say if x equals to perhaps 3, then let me say break, then guys, basically in this way, let me run. You can see guys, it will not print out this finally finished. Basically when you do that, when you break, you can as well do it. You can as well nest loops. Let me just talk about the nested loop. Basically inside the loop, just like we did with the other, it was while loop. And so basically in that case, let me create some variables, two variables here. Perhaps basically to list. Let me say, for example, the first one, let it be something like fruits. Let me say fruits. Fruits, then I can assign it to this list. Remember my fruits, where are my fruits? Here are they, here they are. Let me just copy. And then what I do here, let me just paste it there. Then again the other one, let me just say perhaps colors. Let me assign it or anything. Let me assign it to perhaps string red. Let me say red, green, and then blue, and then blue, and then now let me say for perhaps, let me say for x in perhaps colors. Let me say colors, for x in colors, and then also another sub loop here, another nested loop. Perhaps let me say for y. Let me say for y in fruits, y in fruits. Then let me say print x and y. And then what I do, let me just try to run, and then I guess basically you can see it has printed out those stars. So basically that's how you can you can use the nested loops. So guys, basically you can also pass the error. Guys, for example, for loops cannot be actually the for loops cannot be empty. But if you for some reason have a for loop with no content, and then it's a good practice to bypass the error, or to avoid the error by using the pass statement. Let me show you just an example. Like let me say from actually should be for x in this list, perhaps 1, 2, 3, and let me say guys, basically in this case when I just run, it will give me the error. So guys, basically you can see it is incomplete stuffs. So what I do, let me just bypass the error by adding the pass statement. Let me just run, and then I guess basically that's how you can bypass the error. So guys, basically the other thing that I want us to talk about here is the Python functions. Let's talk about the Python function. And guys, basically a function is a block of code which only runs when it is called. So guys, basically you can pass data of a known parameter into a function, and guys, basically a function can return data as a result. So let me show you how you can create a function in Python. So to create a function in Python, you define it using the div keyword. is a built-in keyword in Python. This div. Like this, you can see when I type in div, it is now green, showing that is an inbuilt keyword in Python. And then let me say div, that's to define a function. Then let me say perhaps my function. Let me call it my function, and then a function is has these 2 rounded brackets, opening and closing. And then here I can say, let me say print. Let me say perhaps let me say print. Let me say hello, perhaps from a function, hello from a function. And then there's a basically we need to call it. Remember, it can't work unless we call it. So basically, to call a function, we use the same function name followed by the parentheses. You can see like this, it won't work unless you call it. Once you have defined a function, you must always call it for it to work. And to call it, you just copy the function name with the parentheses. Then let me run. And then guys, you can see it now works because you have called it. So basically, this is how you can define. Then this is how you can call a function. Let me talk about the arguments. Basically, you've seen me talking about the arguments here. So guys, basically information can be passed into function as arguments, and the arguments are specified after the function name inside the parentheses. And you can add as many arguments as you want. Just separate them with a with a comma. I'm going to show you guys an example that has perhaps the first name, and then basically when the function is called, we pass along the first name, which is used inside the function to print the full name. Perhaps let me show you guys for you to understand what I'm talking about here. So first of all, let me define a function using this as the div keyword. Then let me say my function. You can use another name, my func, or let me just use my func. Then what I do here, let me just pass in perhaps f name, and then let's say print. Let's say remember always to do it to close with this semicolon. Then here let me say print. We can say print f name, and let me say f name. Then perhaps plus what? Plus let me say something like our case as a string. Let me say first of all, you are adding the white space for it so that it may not be close to the other one. But then let me just show you without the white space so that you may understand what I'm talking about. Let me say first of all, let me remove the white space. Then let me say case. Remember, the white space is the space between two characters. For example, from hello, from this space here is what we call the white space. This is the white space. So if you don't specify the white space and then you have the first name, it will be just close to each other. Let me show you that. First of all, remember, if you don't call this function, it won't work. It won't function. So you must always do it. Let me call it. Perhaps let me say let me just now call this my function here. Let me just copy. Then let me paste it there. But then to call the function, you must use the same name followed by the parentheses. Then the first name, perhaps I can say Nehemiah. Nehemiah. And then what I do, guys, let me just try to run. And then you can see it's Nehemiah, and then guys, you can see it's now combined. Now I was talking about the white space, and the white space is the space here. If you do a space there, and then you run again, you can see you have the white space there. Let me run again. So you can when you increase, it will be increased also at the print function. So basically you can call a function several times. Perhaps let me just copy, then let me paste it there. Then perhaps here let me just say John, let me say Kamau. Then when you run it will be Nehemiah Wekesa John Kamau, Kamau Wekesa Interactor John Wekesa Kamau Wekesa and so forth. So guys, basically remember that basically arguments are often shortened to to ARGS in Python. Basically in that, if you go to the Python documentation, the arguments are shortened to args. And then let me talk about the parameters. These are parameters or arguments. So guys, basically the term parameter and arguments can be used for the same thing. Basically that's the information that are passed into a function. Now guys, basically from a function perspective, a parameter is the variable listed inside the parentheses in the function definition, and then an argument is the value that is sent to the function when it is when it is called. So guys, basically by default a function must be called with the correct number of arguments, meaning that if your function expects 2 arguments, you have to call the function with 2 arguments, not more and not less. So for example, if you have a function, let me just use the same. Let me copy, then I introduce a new line of code. Let me just paste it there. And then for example, if you have a function that has 2 arguments, remember arguments like this f name is the first argument. You can add in the next argument, like let's say L name for last name. So basically now this one defines that these are 2 arguments, 2 arguments. And then what can I say? Let me say here to the print function, print, let's say print should be print, and then here I can pass f name, the first parameter, and then plus to concatenate. Now you can add in your empty string there, and then also let's concatenate with the last name. Remember this one defined that this space is a white space. I talked about the white space here, guys. Then here let me say L name, and then what I do, let me now call it. Remember to call, you must use the 2 arguments. You must call it to 2 arguments. First of all, you use the exact function name. Let me paste it there, and then inside the rounded brackets, let me pass 2 arguments. The first one, let me say Nehemiah. Then I separate with a comma. And then the second one, let me say Wekesa. And then what I do, let me run. And then you can say it does. Remember, when I remove this stuff here, it will be close to each other. So remember the goodness of understanding the white space. It will help you avoid such errors. And so guys, I remember that if you try to call the function with 1 or 3 arguments, you will get the error. Like for example, if I try to, let me just cut, then let me run with this 1 argument. Let me call it with 1 argument, and you're gonna see it will bring out an error. And then let's give it some time, and then guys, I basically can see my func missing 1 required positional argument, L name. It is missing what? This L name. So you must call it with 2 arguments, or guys, you can't do it. You can't call it with 3 arguments. When I try to call it with 3 arguments, it will still bring the error. Then I can see my func takes 2 positional argument, but 3 were given, so it brings the the error. So it can take 1 or actually less or more. So guys, basically that's how you can talk about, that's how you can work with the arguments. Let me talk about the arbitrary arguments, or the args that begins with the asterisk. So guys, if you do not know how many arguments that will be passed into your function, and then what you do, you have to add a asterisk before the parameter name in the function definition. Guys, basically in this way, the function will receive a tuple of the of the arguments, and I can access the item accordingly. Like for example, guys, here I can say let me show you that. Perhaps let me say here I can use even kids, but then I must begin with that asterisk for keyword argument, for actual arguments. So asterisk, then here perhaps let me add in a string, and then perhaps let me say the youngest child is then a white space, then I can concatenate with that argument here, that argument or a parameter kids. Let me say kids, then perhaps let me say 2. Let me say 2 so that it may have, we may call it twice. So in that case, guys, let me just, or perhaps let me add in in that case, then let me just try to surpass the number here. Let me just say Wekesa, and then here what I do, let me just change perhaps to, let me change here to John, like that. Then what I do, guys, let me just try to run, and then guys, you can see the youngest child is is John. So guys, basically with this one you can bypass the error. You can use it so that you may if you basically, this applies if you do not know how many arguments that will be passed into your function. So you just add in that asterisk. But arbitrary arguments are often shortened to args. Basically asterisk then args in Python. Let me just show you. These are basically in Python documentation. You find that it is this way. Then args like this. But then guys, let me talk about the keyword arguments. Sometimes called quirks in Python. So guys, basically you can also send arguments with the key value syntax, and this way the order of the argument does not matter. And perhaps let me show you. Let me just show you. Define a function. Perhaps let me say def. Let me call it my function. Actually, let me just say my function. Remember, function name can be anything. But in this context, let me just use my function. Then let me just say pass child1 comma child 2 comma then child 3, child 3, child 3, or let me try to rearrange to be 1, then 2, then here should be 3, and then what I do here, guys, let me just remember to close this first statement of a function with a colon, and then here let me say print. Let's say print. Let me say the youngest child is, then a white space basically is, and then perhaps I can say child 3. Let me concatenate with that child 3. Child 3 perhaps, And then what I do is let me just copy this. Let me just copy this code. Then let me just paste it there. And then here, guys, I'm gonna change now the function, my function. Remember, you must use the exact name, exact function name that you define there, the function, for it to work. Then what I do, guys, let me let me say child1. Child1, let me assign it to Nehemiah Wekesa. Then child2, child 3, let me assign it to Nehemiah Wekesa. Then child2, child2, I assign it to John. I think is okay. Let me just try to run and see if it works. Then I can see the youngest child is Wekesa Koza. That is child 3 that we've defined. So guys, basically this is how you can work with the keyword arguments. And basically they're often shortened with the quirks. As I told you earlier, quirks, keyword arguments, quirks. In Python documentation, when you go to the Python documentation, you find it is keyword. Basically it is keyword arguments. Now we also have the arbitrary keyword arguments, which begins with 2 asterisks. And then guys, basically if you do not know how many keyword arguments that will be passed into your function, then I must add in the 2 asterisks before the parameter name in the function definition. So this way the function will receive a dictionary of arguments, and I can access the items accordingly. Like guys, let me show you. Let me just use the same here. Let me just say kids. Let me just say kids. So I said you begin with 2 asterisks. Then I can say kid. Let me just say kid. And then here I can change the, let me say, let me just say perhaps, let me say her last name is, then let me say what, let me pass in here kid. Let me say kid, then pass in what, these are lists. Let me say in the list, let me use perhaps let me just say L name. I'm gonna call it with name here at the bottom. Here perhaps let me just delete these tabs, and then here I can say perhaps L name. L name, let me assign it to perhaps it usually begins with the first name, F name, then let me say Nehemiah, and then you separate an argument or as a statement. Basically you separate a parameter with a comma. Then let me say L name, assign it to this string. Let me say Wekesa. Then what I do, let me run. Say we get the error. Let's check out L name. L name is not defined. So guys, basically in that case, what do I do? Let's say they pass in here L name, and then what do I do? L name, F name is defined by function F name, then L name. Yeah, I assigned. I don't know the problem here, but let's say kid, then I passed in what? Oh guys, basically this one is a string. This one is a string, so you must remember to add in what? These are quotation. You can use either a double, here you can use either a double quotations or a single quotation. It will just work. Let me run again, and you can see her last name is, or his last name is Wekesa. Let me see. his last name is Wekesa. And then guys, so basically guys, that's how you can do that. Remember, in Python documentation is it has two asterisks, keyword arguments, arbitrary keyword arguments. Now basically guys, let's talk about the default parameter value. Guys, basically I'm gonna show you an example which is gonna show you how to use the default parameter value. And guys, basically remember, if you call the function without argument, it uses the default value. Like guys, what do I do? Let me just say, for example, let me just use the same, or let me just use here, perhaps let me say, let me define and then let me say, perhaps what can I say? Let me just use a variable like let me say my func. Let me use these are snake case. Basically these are, there's a camel case, there's also Pascal case, and also we have the snake case. Perhaps let me say use these are snake case, then let me say perhaps passing what from. Actually, let me just say what, let me say perhaps, let me say country. Let me assign it to, my country is Kenya. My country is Kenya. Then here let me say, let me print, say print. Remember always to close with the colon. Then let me say print. Now print I am from, then a white space, then let me concatenate with let me say country variable, country, like that. Then let's call it let me just copy the same function, or let me just type in manually. Let me say my underscore func. Then let's call it with perhaps let me say Kenya. Perhaps let me say what? Let me just say let me say Uganda. Let me do this. Let me just copy the same. Then let me paste it there, and then this one, let me say Tanzania. Let me say India, and then the last one I'll remove so that it may be empty. Let me remove this argument. So when it is empty like this, it will pick this one by default, which is Kenya. So what I do, let me just try to run and see the result there. So you can see I'm from Uganda, I'm from Tanzania, I'm from India, and then the last one we didn't specify, so it took Kenya. So even if you don't specify these other ones, it will be Kenya. When you call it will be Kenya. You can see Kenya twice. So guys, basically that's how you can do that. But let me talk about how you can pass a list as an argument. So basically you can send any data types of arguments to a function, be it string, number, list, dictionary, and so forth. And this one will be treated as the same data type inside the function. Like for example, if you send a list as an argument, it will still be a list when it reaches the function. Like guys, let me say this. Let me define. Then guys, let me use now this one. Let me use a camel case. Remember camel case? I say at the beginning with a small letter in the start of a word, my. Then the second one it can be my func, like this. So this one is camel case. We talked about the variables, and then here let me pass in food perhaps, and then here guys, let me say for x in food, and then here let me say print what, print x. Then guys, basically let's now create that list. So let me say let me say guys perhaps let me say let me say what let me say fruits. Now let me say fruits, then let me assign it to perhaps let me create a fruits here, and then let me pass in what let me pass in our fruits. It was or the easiest way guys, I like copy paste and don't want to repeat again. Let me just copy let me just copy in, then let me paste it there, and then let me say print print what let me say print fruits. Let me say print fruits. Let me say print of let me say print of fruits. Let me say let me pass in. Then I guess basically you can see if it does what it it prints out those are fruits. So basically in this example I have sent a list as an argument, which is it will be a list when it reaches the that function. So let me talk about how we can return values. So guys, basically to let a function return a value, we use the return statement. So like for example, let me define a function like let me say div, then let me call it perhaps let me use now Pascal here. This time let me say my function, then let me call it perhaps x, then I close with the colon, then let me say return anything like let's say 5 multiplied by that x, and then let me say print print my func which I'm gonna call it perhaps let me just say use 10 perhaps. Let me duplicate and add several. Let me copy, and then here let me just paste 5 times 10, 5 times 20, 5 times 2, 5 times 100, and then what I do, let me run and see if it will work. Yeah, you can see the first one is 50, 100, 10, 500. So basically this is how you can return. You can use the return statement to return value. So let me talk about how you can pass statement. So guys, basically if you want to avoid the error, basically function definition cannot be empty, remember that. But if you for some reason have a function definition with no content, then it's always prudent to put the pass statement to avoid the error. Like for example, let's define, then let me just use my func. Remember you can as well use just letters, a single short letters like this. Sorry, should be colon. Then guys, basically when you run you'll get the error, but then when you do it, when you add in a pass, you'll do it, you will escape the error. So I think now you have understood that. Let me talk about the recursion. So Python also accepts function recursion, which means a defined function can call itself. So recursion is a common mathematical and programming concept, and it means that a function calls itself. So this has the benefit of meaning that you can loop through data to reach a result. So guys, basically the developer should always be very careful with recursion, as it can be quite easy to to slip into writing a function which never terminates, or one that uses excess amount of memory power and so forth. But then when written correctly, recursion can be very efficient and mathematically elegant approach to programming. So guys, for example, the try recursion is the function that we have basically that we can we can define to call itself. I'll show you that in a few. Where we can use the k variables, the data which decrements by -1 every time we recurse the recursion. Basically the recursion will end the condition if it's not greater than 0. Let me show you for you to understand. Perhaps let me call it a try recursion function. Try, let me use a snake case, try recursion. Try recursion like this. Then let me pass in k value here, then close, and then let me use now the if. Let me say if k is greater than 0, then is a statement. Then here let me say result variable result. Let me assign it to k. Apply the try recursion. Let me just do it. Let me just copy so that I may be sure of what I'm doing. Then here guys, I'm gonna say -1, k minus perhaps 1, so that it can decrement by 1. Then let me say print. Let me say print what? Print the result. Print that variable called the result. Else I should be in line with the if. Let me say else statement here. Then let me say result assign it to 0. Then let me say return. Basically it should be in line with the else there. Then let me say return result, else return results. And then perhaps guys, let me add in some print function so that you can see something at the terminal. Let me say print. Then here I can say perhaps let me add in a string. And then perhaps to break the first line, let me say 0, then n to break to break the first line, also the second one. Then let me say n. Let me say recursion. Let me say what? Let me say n recursion like that. Recursion example perhaps. Example result like this. Then what we do, you must always call what the function once you have defined it. Let me just copy. To call it, just say try recursion. Then here perhaps let's say give it 0. That k, let's give it 0. Or not 0. Let me give it something like 6 or whichever value. Let me run. And then guys, basically you can see a recursion example result. That's what they printed out. So it's just awesome. So guys, the other thing that I want us to talk about here, I think by now you have understood the function. Let me talk about the let me talk about the lambda. And guys, basically a lambda function is a small anonymous function, and a lambda function can take any number of arguments, but only have one expression. So let me guys show you the example so that you may understand. So for example, new cell. It is a new cell. Let me say what? Let me say add. Basically, let me create first of all the variable like a x. Then let me assign it to a lambda. And then perhaps let me say a to what? A to a plus perhaps 10. And here let me say print. Print perhaps x plus what? X then into 5, perhaps x into 5. Then what I do, let me just try to run. Let me just try to run. Then I guess you can see it. To give us the result. So basically, in this case, we have added 10 to the argument a, and return the result as you can see. So basically, the lambda function can take any number of arguments. Like let me copy. Then let me paste it there, and then perhaps let me say lambda. Then I can say a comma b comma. Then here let me say let me use asterisk here. Perhaps let me say asterisk. Actually multiply by b. Then the print function I can say x to be perhaps 5 and 6. That's 6. That's for b. Then what I do, let me run, so it will be 5 times 6, of which is going to be 30. Not series should be 6. Should be 6. And what I do, let me run. And then I guess I will get the error here. So I think takes one positional argument. Let's check it out and see what's the problem. So by 2 we are given. Oh guys, basically it's here. The problem is here. I forgot to add in a comma. And then let me say b, like this. Then let me run again and see we have now bypassed that error. Actually, we have bypassed that error. Remember this kind of ratio. So 5 b, actually 5 for a, then 6 for b. Then a ratio to a and b, a plus b. A, remember a is what? A is 5, so it will be 15. It will be 15, and then yeah, 15. So guys, basically we can also you can also do that. You can summarize arguments, perhaps you can summarize arguments, perhaps ABC, and return the results. Like let me just say x to lambda, then let me assign it to not the assignment, it should be a plus b, and then c, then to gonna be a perhaps plus b plus c, and then here let me say print. Let me say print that x, and then I'm gonna assign the values for each. Like for example, a I can give it 5, b 6, and then c I can give it even 2. And then what I do, let me run. And then guys, basically you can see the result there. So guys, basically why should we use the lambda function? So guys, basically the power of lambda is better shown when you use them as an anonymous function inside another function. Like let's say you have a function defining definition that takes one argument, then that argument will be multiplied with basically a known number. So guys, basically we use that function definition to make function that always doubles the number. Like let me show you that. Like let's say let's define a function, the main function, or you can call it my fun, and then pass in the n or a known number. Then here the return, let me say return. Then now let's use now the lambda. lambda, and then let's say A to B. Actually, let's say A, then let me say A to A, multiply by n, perhaps by n. And then what we do, let me create a variable here, and then perhaps let me say my doubler, then assign it to, let me assign it to my func2, my func, then I'm gonna pass note 2, then let's say print my doubler, and then we're gonna call it n2. We can give it something like 11. Then what I do, let me run. Then guys, as you can see now it is 11. So guys, or alternative, you can use the same function definition to make a function that always triples a number you send in. Like in that case, you just specify perhaps message 3, and then you can see it is working pretty fine. So guys, basically that's how you can that's the power of lambda. Or guys, the other thing, you can also use the same function definition to make both function basically in the same program. Like for example, after this, let me say you can use the doubler, the tripler. Like I can just say, let me copy, then let me just do it. Let me just paste it there, perhaps to be organized. Let me just try to change. Then here, let me do it so that it can be tripler, so that it can be what tripler. Like let me just change it to my tripler. I think this is spelling for tripler. Let me just copy, then I use the same here so that we may have both the results. Yeah, basically guys, you can try with that, you can try with those other stuffs. So guys, basically we use the lambda function when anonymous function is required for a short period of time. So guys, basically the other thing that I want us to talk about here is the arrays. So let me talk about the arrays. And Python does not have a built-in support for arrays, but Python list can be used instead. So basically in this tutorial, perhaps I can show you how you can use the list as arrays. However, to work with the arrays in Python, we'll have to import a library like NumPy library. We'll talk about our basically I've taught library NumPy in this YouTube channel. You can go through it and learn more about it. Otherwise, I'll recreate that video so that it may be a full course like this one. But let me show you that. For example, guys, we can create some arrays. Like for example, let's say it's just not like the list, the normal list, Python list. Like you can just say cast, then I can pass in perhaps Ford. I can pass in what Benz. I can add in BMW, BMW, and then here let's say print what? Print those cars. So when you run, it will print out those cars. So guys, basically this is how you can create an array containing kernels. But first of all, what is an array? Basically, an array is a special variable which can hold more than one value at a time. So if you have a list of items, perhaps in this case we used a list of cars, car names, For example, for storing the cars in a single variables could be car 1, perhaps we give it Ford, car 2 we give it Benz, car 3 we give it BMW. But for example, if you have if you want to look through the cars and find a specific one, so it can be, you know, and then perhaps if you have many cars like let's say 300, so guys it can be, you know, it can be hectic, you know. So guys, basically the solution is an array. So an array can hold more many values under a single name, and you can access the values by referring to an index number. So how do we access the elements of an array? So you refer to basically to an array element by referring to the index number. Like let me show you that. Like for example, if I want to obtain the index, remember indexing in Python begins from 0. Like this one it will be 0, this one is 1, then this one is 2. So index 1 is like 0, 0 is like 1, 1 is like 2, in that format. Like for example, if I want to return basically the index 0 here, I'll just specify 0, and then when I run it will be Ford. If I want to specify 1, it will be Benz. Remember 1 is now like 2, and then Benz is like the third one is like 2, so BMW. So let me show you how you can do it. You can modify the values in the array. Also guys, basically to modify after you created, you can say perhaps let's say let me say cars at index 0. Index 0, you can see it was Ford. It was you know, it was Ford. So let me say index 0. Then let me change it to another one, like let me say Audi. And let me say Audi is a string, so it should be inside the quotes. Then what I do, let me just do it. Let me print out cars. Let me just print out cars. And then guys, I basically can see now it is modified to Audi. So basically that's how you can modify the values of the arrays. Or in this case, we have used the first, you know, index. So how do we know the length of an array? So guys, basically we use the length method to return the length of the array. Basically the number of elements in an array. Like for example, let me show you guys that for example, if you want to obtain the length of the this array, let's say we all know that it is 3, but then here let me say let me use a variable here, perhaps let me say x. Let me say x. Then let me use this method. Then inside it I'm gonna pass in cars. And then let's print out x now. And then you can see it returned 3. So basically the length here is 3. So basically that's how you can return the number of elements in the, you know, in that array. But how do we loop you know, arrays, basically array of elements? So guys, basically you can use the for in loop to loop through the basically to loop through all the elements of an array. Like for example, to loop through these cars, I can say perhaps let me use a for loop here. Let me say for x in those are cars. Let me say print print x. Then it will return all the values there. You can see we have iterated over that array. So how do we add array elements? So guys, basically you can use the append method to add an element to an array. Like for example, here you can say, for example, let me say you can see initially it was 3, but then let's try to append, like let's say cars dot, you know, dot append method. Then we are gonna pass what another car, like let's say which car is, you know, let me use a Volvo. Let me say Volvo. Then what I do, let me try to run again. Then guys, you can see it's now added there. So guys, basically how do we remove the array elements? So guys, basically to remove, we use the pop method to remove an element from an array. Like for example, if you want to remove pens here, I can say, for example, use the pop method, and then I define the index that you want to remove, of which is gonna be 1. 1 is gonna be this bends. Remember I said indexing begin from 0, so bends it will be 1. Actually it will be 1 will be bends now. Let me run. Then you can see it is now deleted, that bends. You can also use the remove method to remove the element from an element. But then for that case, you have to specify the name of the element that you want to remove. Like for example, you can say cars, then let's say remove. Remove. Then this time, let me remove what? Let me remove BMW. So here, what I do, here let me pass in what the BMW itself. Then I can see it's now removed from the list. So guys, basically that's how you can do that. So I think guys, basically you have understood. You have understood what you have understood. The arrays, the Python arrays, which I'll talk about these arrays while we will be handling basically NumPy. Remember, I have a full course on NumPy, but it is splitted in tutorials. However, I'll create a single video like this one, so that you may understand much better. So guys, the other thing that I want us to discuss here is the Python classes and objects. And basically, Python is an object-oriented programming language. And basically, almost everything in Python is an object with its property and methods. So basically, I'm going to show you an example in a few. But a class is like an object instructor or a blueprint for creating the object. So first of all, let me show you how you can create the class. So to create a class, let me use this new cell here, and then to create a class, you just use this keyword class, and then you are going to define your class name. Perhaps I can say my class. Then you close with this colon, and then perhaps I can say perhaps x to 5. So basically guys, this is how you can create a class named my class, and then with a property named 5. So it is as easy as that. Now let me show you how you can create the class named this is my class, but then also with an object in it. So after that, let me show you how you can create that. So here, let me say, first of all, let me remove the indentation there, and then here, let me say, perhaps let me call it pi, and then perhaps let me call it let me call it a p1, p1, and then here let me assign it to that class that we have just defined. It is my class. My class is an object. Then here let's pass in what to the print function, perhaps to execute something. Let me say print perhaps that p1 dot x. Then what I do, let me just run so that we may see how it is. So basically guys, there's an error here. I think I used a wrong something here. My class invalid syntax. So here I should have assigned. Sorry, I should have assigned here. Yeah. So ensure that you assign, and then when you run again, you see that it works. So basically, guys, this is how you can do it. This is how you can create an object with the class that we defined. My class here. So let me talk about the underscore init function. So basically, the examples that I've just showed you here are classes and objects in their simplest form. but are not really useful in the real life application. So to understand the meaning of classes, we have to understand the building function called init function, and all classes have a function called init, which is always executed when the class is being initiated. So we use the init function to assign values to object properties or other operation that are necessary to do when the object is being created. Like I'm gonna show you an example here. You can create a class perhaps named a person, and I use the init function to assign values to perhaps for the name and age and anything. So what you do, first of all, let's define a class. Remember, we use the keyword class to define a class. And then this class, I'm gonna give it a person, class name person. Then let's use now this. Let's define this init function here by just two underscores, and then just type in init, and then two underscores, and then here we are gonna pass these are parameters here. First of all, self, and then the second one, name, and then the last one, age. And then always remember to close here with a colon, and then here perhaps let me say self dot age. Let me assign it to so let's begin with the name. Let me assign it to name, and then the other one self dot age. Let me assign it to age, and then let's now create a variable here for the object, actually for that person class. So let me say p1, then let's call it person, and then here let me pass in the name. For name, let me give it perhaps Nehemiah Wekesa, and then for the age, let me give it any value or any integer. Let me just say perhaps 40 for age, and then let's print out these tabs. So let's say print, and then here we're gonna pass in p1, which is the variable for this person, with the name and the age. And then here let's say dot name, and then the other one, let me just copy, and then let me paste here, and then here let me say here instead of name should be age. And then what I do, let me run, and then you can see it has printed out the name and the age. So basically, guys, that is how you can create a class named a person, and use the init function to assign values for name and age. So, but then remember that this init function is called automatically every time the class is being used to create a new object. So let me talk about another function called str. So basically, the str function controls what should be returned when the class object is represented as a string. So if the string function is not set, then the string representation of the object is returned. Let me show you guys an example how you can let me show you an example of the string representation of an object without the string function, the str function. First of all, let's define our class. Should I use this? Let me just copy these codes. Then here let me paste, and then here the print function. Let me just do what? Let's just pass in. Let me remove this second print function. Then here let me just pass in p1 alone. Then let me run. And then guys, basically you can see how it returns. So let me show you now how you can use the string representation of an object with this the str function. So for that, you're gonna do this. Let's say, let me copy the same codes. Then here let me paste, and then here let's also do at least let's also define, let's add in another function called this str function. Let me say div. This is how you can define a function. Then the function itself is str. Remember, it's a built-in. Basically is a function that is an str function for Python. Then here let's pass in what self, and then also close with a colon, and then here let's say return. Here let's say return, and then let's return this as string. This is a dictionary here. Remember, dictionary is defined using the curly braces. And then here let me say self dot name, and then also let's add in let me say also self dot age, self dot age, and then now let's remember to close with once you have opened the opening tag. Actually, first of all, once you have opened this start tag, you must always do at close. And then what I do, now this person remain the way it is, and then here perhaps to the print function. Let me just try to run and see if it will work. Let me run. And then guys, basically you can see how it works. So basically guys, this is how you can use the string representation of an object with the with the str function. You can see it returns very wonderful output there. Let me talk about the object methods, and the object can also contain methods. Methods in objects are functions that belongs to the object. So let me show you how you can create a method in this person class. So what do I do? Let me just copy the codes. Let me copy these codes here. Let me copy, and then let me paste it there. And then here I'm gonna do this. Let me also define another function. Remember, this function must be in line with these other function definition. So let me say div, and then let me create a function. Perhaps let me call it my function. Then here let me pass in self. And then what I do, let me close, and then here let's say print. Print, then we're gonna pass in let's add in some strings. Perhaps let me say hello there, my name, should be my name. My name is, let me add in a white space there. Remember the importance of white space. And then here let me concatenate with self dot name, and then here let's say let's call that function. Remember, also you have defined a function must always close unless it's, let me just say p1 dot my func. Let's call it for us to have the output there, the terminal. So let me say it was my func. Use the exact name that you used to define your function. My function should be nc, then followed by the parentheses. Then let's try to run and see if it will return. So guys, basically you can see hello there, my name is Nehemiah Wekesa. So basically this is how you can start a function that prints a greeting and execute it on basically on the p1 object. Remember, this is the object that we created here. Then this is how you can do that. So but then note that these are self parameter that you've seen that we have used here. It's just a reference to the current instance of the class, and that is used to access variables that belongs to that class. Perhaps let me talk about this self parameter in details. So basically This self parameter is just a reference that I've just told you to the current instance of the class. And remember, the class is the person, and it is used to access the variable that belongs to the class. So if it doesn't, basically it does not have to be named self. You can call it whatever you like, but it has to be the first parameter of any function. So you can use it, but then it must be the first a parameter. You can call it anything. Perhaps let me just try to change it to, let me just call it test, and then here let me change also to perhaps test, and then let me run, and then guys, basically you can see also here I should have changed to test, and then what I do, let me run. So guys, basically also here should also change. You should change everywhere. I forgot here also should be test. Test. Then let me run again, and then guys, you can see it works. So basically, but then a good practice is to use self is a default one, but you can use any other. So basically that's how you can that's how you can work with it. But then let me show you how you can modify object properties. So for example, let me show you how you can set the age of this p1 object to perhaps to another age. So what I'm gonna do, guys, in that case, here let me say let me copy this code, and then to the new cell let me paste it there, and then here let me say perhaps let me say p1 dot age. Let me change it to another value, like let's say even 50, and then here guys, let's now print out, let's say print, and then we're gonna print that p1 dot age, and then what I do, let me run and see if it will work. You can see it does. So basically this is how you can do it. This is how you can modify properties on an object to have such values. For name, you can as well do the same. For name, perhaps let's change here to name, and then remember, name is a string. So perhaps when I say let me use a string, and then perhaps let me say John Smith, should be Smith, and then you can change here to to name also, and let me run, and then you can see now we have modified the property name to another name, John Smith. So basically guys, this is how you can do that, and basically you can as well you can delete properties on an object by using the del keyword. So like for example, to delete let's delete the age property. So in that case, guys, what we are gonna do, let's say let me change here to delete. I will use this del keyword. Basically I should have just used, let me just say del is a built-in keyword, and then let's say p1 the object name, then object variable name, and then let's tag it now perhaps age, and then what you do here, the print function it should be p1 dot also age, should be age. Then what I do, let me run, and then again basically you can see it return this error: the person object has no attribute age because it is deleted. So basically this is how you can delete this is how you can delete what? You can delete the age property from this p1 object that we created. Now to create objects, several objects, or all objects, what we do, you just say, you just don't specify anything, you just say p, then age, p1, the entire object without the property. And then here also you do what? You change here to p1. Then when you run, you will get the error that p1 is not defined. So basically this is how you can do it. This is how you can work with that. Basically this is how you can delete objects. Now how do we pass? For example, if you want to bypass the error they have created, for example, you want to pass a certain class without the error. Basically the class definition cannot be empty, but if for some reason you have a class definition with no content, but you want to execute, so basically you can use the pass statement to avoid getting the error. Let me show you first of all without the pass statement. For example, let's define a class. Let's call it person. Let's call it person, and then let me run. You can see we get the error, the incomplete input. But then now when you use the pass keyword, is a built-in keyword in Python, pass, and then when you run, you can see now you have escaped the error. So basically this is how you can do that. Now let me talk about the Python inheritance. And inheritance allows us to define a class that inherits all the objects and the properties from another class. So there are things that you will need to understand here. Some terms of our concepts. First of all, we have the parent class, and the parent class is the class being inherited from. It is also called the base class. And then the child class is the class that inherits from another class. It is also called derived class. So let me show you how you can create a class perhaps named person with the first name and the last name properties, and basically something like a print name method. So in that case, let's do it. Let me first of all create directly, or should I just copy? Let me say class. Then this class, let's call it person. Remember, you can try with anything, but in this case, let me use just person. Then let's define that init function by, these are two underscores, then init, and then I'm gonna pass in self. You can use another, but then it must be the first parameter. And then here, let's say perhaps f name, first name, f name for first name, then also l name for last name. And then what you do here, first of all, you must close. Then here perhaps let's call it, let's say self dot first name. We are gonna assign it to f name. F name should be f name, and then let me just copy, and then let me paste it here. So here is gonna be last name. I'm gonna assign it to l name, this one here. And then let's also create another function. Let's define another function, and then let's call it perhaps diff. Diff is a keyword to create a function, to define a function. And then here perhaps let me call it print name. Print name should be print name, and then let's call it self, so that it may inherit there. These are class here, this class there. And then here let's now do it. Let's say print, and then we are gonna pass in what? Self self dot self dot that variable here, perhaps here let's say print dot let's begin in the first name. Perhaps let me say first name. First should be name, I don't know why. First name, and then I also self dot last name, self dot last name. And then again basically we use the person class to create an object and then execute the print name method. So let's now remember, let's now do it. Let's now create another variable here. Let's first of all remove the indentation. Then let's create a variable x, then assign it to that class, basically object. Let's create now this object, a person. Then perhaps it can be Nehemiah Wekesa or any other name, Nehemiah Wekesa, and then Nehemiah. Then for last name, we can say Wekesa. So this is the object that we have just created, and then now let's call this a function here, x, the object, and then the print name, to call now that function print name. Or let me just copy the exact name. Let me just copy and paste it here. Remember, once you have defined a function, you must always call it for it to work. And then now what I do, let me run, and then you can see it returned Nehemiah Wekesa. So basically this is how you can create a class named person with the first name and the last name and a print name method, and it worked. So guys, let me now talk about the how you can create a child class. So basically, to create a class that inherits the functionality from another class, and then basically send the parent class as a parameter when creating the child. Let me show you an example, guys. Let's create a class, perhaps. Let's use something else this time. Let me call it perhaps student. Let me say, first of all, we use the class keyword to define a class, and then let's call it student. A student, and then perhaps let's say what? Let's say person. Let me just show you, but then I'm gonna show you how it works in a few. But showing you, let me just use a pass. Remember, this one will not be executed. But then now guys, basically this pass keyword, as I told you earlier, you just use it if you want to basically you just use it when you do not want to add any other properties or a method to the class. You just use the pass. So this is the parent class. Now basically the student class has the property and the method as the person class, in this way. And so what should I do? Let me just integrate to the other function so that you may understand everything. Let me copy this one. Let me copy that one. Let me copy the above codes, and then here, guys, let me just copy now this one, and let me copy this one, and then here, let me just paste it here at the bottom. After this this print name, let me remove the indentation. Then let me do it. Let me just paste it there, and then what I do, let me call it now. Let me use a student now. You will see that it will inherit from the parent class the properties. So let me just call it student. We created this as student class here, but inherits from the person class. Remember, this person we defined here at the top. That class we defined there at the top, and then now here, for name, perhaps let me call it. Let me use something else. Perhaps let me use John. Then John Smith, and then here let's say print name. So let's do this. Let's run. And then you can see, guys, it returns John Smith. So basically, guys, this is how you can do it. This is how you can use the student class to create an object and execute the print name method of this person, whatever person class. So basically, guys, this is how you can use the child class. So, but how do you add the init function? So far, guys, basically we have just created a child class that inherits the properties in the methods from its parent. So, guys, basically we want to add the init function to the child class instead of the pass keyword. So in that case, remember, guys, I told you earlier that this init function is called automatically every time the class is being used to create a new object. So what I do here, instead of pass I can add let me show you how you can add. So instead of pass, you can add this function here. Let me say div. First of all, to define the function, and the function itself is init function. And then what I do here, let me pass in perhaps self. Let me use it. Let me show you in a new cell. Let me first of all undo. Let me show you in this new cell so that you can understand here. So basically, let's say self, and then self, and also the other one, let me call it perhaps fname, and also l name. So guys, basically when you add the init function, basically the class will no longer inherit the parents, the init function. So guys, basically remember that the child's init function overrides the inheritance of the properties of the actually parents init function. So guys, if you want to keep the inheritance of the parents init function, then you have to call the parents init function. So like guys, for that you do this. To call it, remember, to call it that init function, you have to use it was in that case it was, let me it was this other end, it was person, right? It was person, should be person. Let me say, call it person, then a dot to call it the init for the other function. Let me say self, and then self, then it was fname, then also lname, like that. So, but then let me just integrate with the other one so that you may see the results at the terminal. So what I do, let me just copy, and then I do what, let me just replace with this one. Let me replace with that one. Then let's try to run and see if it will print out John Smith. Or let me use a different, like let me use a girl the same. Let me say Abigail. Abigail Cherotich. Abigail Cherotich. Then what I do, let me run. Abigail Cherotich. So basically, let's see. The type object person has no attribute. This underscore. Oh, basically, here I should have used the init function. I forgot to add the init function. It should be init, and then this way, and then let's run again and see if it will work. Guys, basically you can see it has printed, it has inherited the properties from the parent class. So basically, guys, this is how you can do that. So basically, we have successfully added the init function and kept the inherit parent class, and basically we are now ready to add functionality to the init function. So let me show you how you can use the super function. And basically, guys, remember Python has a function called super, a function which make the child class inherit all the methods and the properties from its parents. So like let me show you how you can use that. So instead of calling what the person class so that it may inherit the parent class, you can instead use the super function. So instead of a person here, you can just say super so that it may inherit everything. Super, a super function like this, and then I remember the other arguments remain the way it is. So basically, in this way, you don't have to specify even the self, because it will inherit everything. Just like this, and then what we do, let's try to run, and perhaps let me change the name here to something else like root, perhaps Wangkui. Then what I do, let me run. You can see it as returned still. So basically, you can use also the super function basically to inherit all the methods and the properties from its parent the parent class. So guys, basically by using the super function, you don't have to use the name of the parent element, and basically it will automatically inherit the methods and the properties from its parent from the parent class. So let me show you guys basically how you can add properties, another property perhaps called you can add in something like a graduation year to the student class. Let me just show you. Remember this is the child class, but I want to show you how you can add you can add in the other properties like other arguments like let's say after this super, let me say self dot perhaps graduation year, grad year. You can use anything. It doesn't have to be like mine. I can assign it to perhaps 2024, and then the student here perhaps it can be, let it be the way it is, but then I here let's say x. Remember this is the object, x is the object, but then I want to add this property here. I want I want it to return this graduation here. Perhaps let me just copy the exact so that it may not have issues. So let me just say paste there that parameter, and then what I do, let me run, and then guys, basically a person print name takes one positional argument, but two we are given. So let's check and see where the problem was. So I don't know where the problem here. So what do I do here? Graduation year should be x at graduation year. So let me check what's the problem here. Then we're gonna solve it in a few. Oh sure guys, basically here I should have changed here to print, to the print function, not it should be print, not, I forgot, it should be print. And then what I do, let me try to run again and see if it will work. Yeah guys, you can see it has returned 2024. So basically guys, that's how you can add properties. So in that, let me show you guys basically another example. Basically I'm gonna use these are 2024, which should be a variable, and pass into a student child class when creating the student object. Basically to do so, you have to add another parameter in the init function. So basically for that, let me say so in that case guys, let me add in here. Let me first of all add in here let me add in that instead of 24, I can change here to the year. Instead of 2024, let it be year, and then here we're gonna add in that parameter for the year is a string, is an integer, so I just say perhaps 20. Let me use 2025, and then to the print function, let me just do it. Let me just print out the same, and I'll see it will give us 2025. So let me run graduation year, right? All right, guys. Basically, I should have added here the INIT function. I forgot. I should have also added here the year to this student subclass. And then let me run and see if it will work. Guys, you can see it does 2025. So basically, this is how you can do it. This is how you can add the parameter, the year parameter. Also, you can add the methods. Now, guys, basically let's add in a method, perhaps welcome to perhaps a method called welcome to the student class. So in that case, what we are gonna do, guys, to add that method, I can just say what? Let's just say let me just say x dot perhaps welcome and then I here let me first of all here the print function. Let's also do it. Let's create here and let's define that function first of all. Remember, this is how you can call it, but also let's do it. Let's create what? Let me say what? Let me define that welcome function. Let me say div. Should be div. A div. Then let me call it welcome. So it's gonna inherit the parent, so self, and then close, and then here let's add in several arguments here. Perhaps let me say print. And then it's gonna be, let me say let me add in a string, and then let me say welcome. Then perhaps comma. Then let's pass in the first name. Let me call it self. Let me just copy these stars, and then I do it. Let me just paste it here. Let me just paste it there, and then what I do, let me say what? Let me say welcome, perhaps the first name and the last name, and then let me add in a string also, and then let me say to the class of, and then it's gonna be let me use this year. So actually let me just copy let me just use this graduation year, and of course, guys, this one should be here at the bottom. Not really, it is just okay. Let me just copy this one, and then to the class of then here I'm gonna pass in what? Let me pass in, first of all, you separate a parameter with a comma, and then paste it there. Paste it there, self dot grad year, and then so guys, let me now remove this print function. Let me remove the print function, then let me run and see if it will work, and then you can see welcome Ruth and go to the class of 2025. So guys, basically this is how you can do it. This is how you can add also the method, and we used the welcome method basically to the class of the class which is student, right? So basically, guys, if you add a method to the child class with the same name as a function in the parent class, the inheritance of the parent method will be overridden. Just remember that. Let me talk about iterators. Let me now talk about the iterators. And guys, for iterators is just an object that contains a countable number of values. So basically, an iterator is an object that can be iterated upon, meaning that you have to traverse through all the values. So technically, in Python, an iterator is an object which implements the iterator protocol, which consists of the method like iter and also the next methods. So like let me show you let's now understand the difference between the iterators versus the iterable. Let's understand the difference here. So basically, list, tuples, dictionary, and sets are all iterable objects. They are iterable containers which you can get the iterator from. So basically, and then basically all the objects have an iter method which is used to get an iterator. So basically, let me show you guys, for example, an example how you can return an iterator from a tuple and print each value. So in that case, guys, first of all, here in this line, let me just delete, and then let me show you guys an example. Like let me use a tuple. Let me call it a variable, my tuple. And remember, a tuple is defined with what? I think by now you understand is defined using this rounded bracket or a parenthesis. Then let me use my fruits here, of which I like using apples. And then the other one, you remember it is banana. And then the other one is I like cherry. And then what I do, let me do it. Let me use another variable here called for data. So let me just call it my it. And then I assign it to the iter, to the iter method. And then I'm gonna pass in that variable my tuple. And then what I do, let's print out. Let's say print. Print. Then I'm gonna use here next method next, so that then let me say my it. What first of all let me run. Basically my tuple is not defined, right? Sure, it should be my tuple. Right? Should be my tuple. You should use the exact variable my tuple, and then the first one is about apple. Now when you have several, you must call each to iterate over everything. You must use several print functions so that it may execute everything here. And so guys, basically even strings are are retrievable objects, and I can return an iterator. So like for example, let me use a string for example to show you. Let me say my str, my string str. Then perhaps I can just use a string, any string, like let me just use banana, and then what I do guys, let me just run. Remember, you must do it. Sorry, here. Sure guys, I remember I didn't do it. Sure, I should have changed here to my str, the variable should be my str, is no longer a tuple. Then what I do, let me run, and then I remember you must use the exact number if you want to return everything. For example, banana has how many characters? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it must be 6 also here. Let me copy, and then I do it. Let me paste to basically to 6. Then so that it may return everything. So basically, guys, you can now see that the strings are also iterable objects containing a sequence of characters. But you can see, guys, it's not a good practice, to print out each characters with the print function. So let me show you how you can use the loop function to iterate over everything here. Like for this string, basically for this string, I told you that it's just basically strings are also iterable objects. So in that case, I can just remove this iter, and then and then to iterate over everything here, I can use this for loop here for x in that my str, and then do at print x, so it will still iterate everything there. You can as well use a tuple as well. Perhaps let's say banana, and then the second item should be apple, and then the third item should be cherry. Then when I run, it will iterate these tuples here. These are items in that tuple. Now guys, basically the for loop actually creates an iterator object and execute the next method for each loop. You know, if you don't want to use the next, it will be kind of hectic. You know, at the print function you write a lot of stuffs. So guys, remember to create an object or a class as an iterator. You have to implement the methods, the iter and the next to your object. As we talked about the classes and objects just in a few. So all classes have a function called init function, as I told you earlier, which allows you to do something, some initialization when the object is being created. And the iter method acts similar. You can do operation like initializing and so forth, but must always return the iterator object itself. And then the next method also allows you to do operation and must return the the next item in the sequence. Like guys, I'm gonna show you an example, and let me show you guys just an example here. And then in this example, guys, I'm gonna create an iterator that returns numbers starting perhaps with 1, and each sequence will increase by 1. It will have an increment of 1. And so first of all, remember, how do we define a class? By the class keyword. Then perhaps let me call it my number. The class name itself, my number. This is the parent class. Basically this is the main class. And then I here let's say div. Let's define now this iter should be iter, and then let me pass in a self. And then here let's say self dot perhaps a. Let's give it what? Let me give it 1, and then I return self. Now the second one, let's define now that let's now define the next method. So let me say next, and then let's pass in what? Also self, so that it may inherit the parent class there. And then here what I do, let's do at least close, and then here let's create a variable perhaps x, and then assign it to self dot a, so that it may inherit this one. And then here let's say to add the auto increment, let's say self dot. Basically, remember, if you don't specify an auto increment, it will just continue forever. Remember how we tried earlier without the auto increment the other time. Even the server had the issue. So you must do what? You must add this parameter here. Auto increment is defined using the plus and then equal sign to auto increment by 1. To decrement, you just use a negative, and then here let's say return. Let's say return should be return, and then we want x. Now once you have defined the once you have defined what a function, you must also call it. So like for example, let's now create an object for this class here. Let's create an object for it. Let me call it perhaps my class, so that it can be the object for that class. Then let's call it, let's use my number, perhaps my number class. And then also for the iter, let me call it my iter. And then what I do, let me assign it to iter. Let me assign it to iter. Basically, let me assign it to iter. Then I'm gonna call that use this variable called my class. Let me pass in my class variable, and then now to iterate over, we are going to use this next method. So first of all, let's say print. Now the first item, first of all, let's say next, and then let's say call it my iter. Let's pass in my iter. Let's try to run. So it will print the first name or first item, which is 1. So if you want to print out the next, of which is 2, you paste it there, it will be 2. So if you add several, let me copy, then I do what? Let me just paste. So the number of the output depends on the number of next method that you have passed in the print function here. Like you can see in this case we have passed 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or I think 7. So guys, let me talk about the stop iteration statement. Like the example that I've just showed you here will continue forever if you had enough next statements. So basically, if you pass several next statement, it will just continue to infinity. So guys, basically, if it was used in the for loop, it will just continue forever. But you can as well do what you can as well prevent the iteration to go on forever. Basically, to do that, you have to use the stop iteration statement. Now, guys, basically in the next method, we can add a termination condition to raise an error if the iteration is done. It has done basically a specific number of time. Like let me do that. Let me show you here. After this next, actually these next. First of all, let me create some space there so that let me say else. First of all, here, let me say else. In that case, guys, first of all, I have to use the if condition. So let me say if. First of all, let me cut, or let me just delete and show you so that you may understand. Here, let me say if self dot a is perhaps less than or equal to perhaps, let me use 10, 10, then close, then x dot not really let me assign x to self dot a then the auto increment must be there. Self dot a, then the auto increment here by 1. So auto increment, I'm gonna assign it to 1. Then let me say return, and let me say return x. Otherwise, let me say else. Let me say else. Else what? Else raise that stop iteration. Stop what? Stop iteration. Stop iteration. Stop iteration. So I think stop iteration is a correct spelling. So guys, basically what I do, let me just try to return several. Like let me just duplicate these tabs. You can see, first of all, let's test if it works. You can see it works, but let me just duplicate so that it can be doubled, so that it will be 14. Once if that error will be raised. So let me run, and then I can see when it reaches 10, you can see there is an error here, and there's a stop iteration here after when it reaches 10, because the limit number was 10. You can increase, perhaps let's say 20. For 20 to not have an error, because it will reach 14. So 7 times 2, that is 14. So in that case, there will be no error. But if you duplicate, you'll have the error when it reaches 20. So basically, guys, that is all about the Python iterators. So guys, basically the other thing that I want us to talk about here is the Python scope, and a variable is only available from inside the region it is created, and that this is what we call the scope. So let's begin with the local scope, and a variable created inside a function belongs to the local scope of basically of that function, and can only be used inside that function. Like let me use another example here. Like let's define a function. You remember we use the div keyword to define a function, and that the function itself, function name, I can call it my function or my function. You can use anything, and then what you do, let's create a variable here. Perhaps let's give it 300 or a 100 integer. Then let's say print x. So in this way, when we call it, remember it can't work if you haven't called it. You must call a function once you have created. So here you, to call it, use the exact name, but it ends with parentheses, two parentheses like that for it to work. So guys, basically in this way we have created a variable inside a function, and it's available inside this function. So guys, basically here we have created a variable, or we have used a variable created inside a function, and it's available inside this function. You can see it's now available inside the function. Now guys, basically let me talk about the function inside the function. Like basically as in this example that is here, basically the variable x is not available outside the function, but it is available for any function inside the function. That's why you can see this print function. Basically it worked inside this. We used it inside this function. Now basically, let me show you guys basically how you can use another function inside a function. Like for example, let's say let's create another function here. Perhaps let me say, let's define another function like a div, and then let me say my inner function, and then what you do, let's close, and then in this inner function, let's add in what, let's say print what, let's print x, and then we to call it you can say my inner. Once you have created a function, you must call it for it to work. My inner function. So guys, my inner function like this to call. So guys, basically the local variable can be accessed from a function within the function. Like let's try to run and see if it will work. So you can see, let's change the value perhaps to 300, and then you can see it does work. So basically guys, this is how you can work with the local scope. So let me talk about now the global scope, and basically a variable created in the main body of the Python code is a global variable, and that belongs to the global scope. And guys, basically global variables are available from within any scope, be it global or local. Like let's get a variable inside the function. Basically of a function, let's get a variable outside of a function. Basically remember guys that a variable created outside the function is a global and can be used by anyone, anywhere. So guys, let me now talk about naming variables. So if you operate within the same variable name inside and outside the Python function, Python will treat them as two separate variables. One available in the basically in the global scope, that's outside the function, and the one available in the local scope, that is inside the function. Like a geyser, you can do this. Like I can say, you can create also. You can see we have X. I used here X at the global scope, but then for the for what for the for the local. Basically, this one is for global, and then for local, I can change perhaps, and then I use. You can see the variable name; they are just the same, but then this one I've changed here to 200. So what I do, let me just try to print out. Let me say print. Let me say print. Print X. So in this case, it will print. It will print what? These are 200, and also it will print 300. So it will be treated as two different what? Two different stuffs. So basically, this is how you can do that. And guys, basically, if you need to create a global variable, but stuck in the local scope, you can use the global keyword, and basically the global keyword makes a variable global even if it is inside. Like let's try this. Let's try this. Like here, let me say what. Let me just let's say here. Let me say global. You can see when it is underlined green, just know that that one is a keyword in Python. Like let's make X global, like this. Let's make global and basically like this, and then you can see now everything is now changed. Everything is now changed. It has it is now omitted that 300 there outside basically. Or what I do, let me just try to do it. Just let me remove this one. And then let's try to use this. Let me remove the print function here, and then you'll see it will still work even if it's outside the the scope, the local scope. You can see you still obtain the results. So you can also use the global keyword if you want to make a change to the global variable inside inside the function. So like for example, you had defined. You saw earlier, initially it was at 300, but you can see when we try to use, or let me just show you that, like X, it was initially 300, and then when you run, you can see we have modified the global variable outside the scope, and then it is now 200. So basically that's how you can do it, that's how you can modify, the scope. So guys, let me now talk about the modules, Python modules. And guys, basically remember a module can be considered as the code library. You can have modules like, we have several for Python. Like we have NumPy, we have many others, SciPy, Pandas, and many others. But just remember that a module is just like a code library, a file containing a set of functions you want to include in your application. Let me show you how you can create a module and save the code you want. Basically the code that you want to create for that library. So basically for that, you can create something. You can create a module, but it must end with the extension .py. Like let me use a notepad here. Let me just search for notepad, or use any notebook or any text editor, and then perhaps let's create something like let's say define a function, and then let me say call it greetings. Greetings, let's say call it a greeting or a greetings, and then let's say name, and then you do it, you close, and then 2 3 4, and then here let's say print. Print what? Let's say print hello. Let's say hello, hello, comma, and then a white space, then here let's say plus, plus name. So here we have just created a code library, and then you must save with the extension. Let me first of all save, and then you're gonna do it must be in the same directory for it to work better. Otherwise you'll have to specify the path. So what you do, let me go to the desktop, and then here let me just change the extension here to, first of all, to all files, and then here I'm gonna change here to let me call it perhaps my module dot t, actually my module dot py, sorry, my module dot py. Then let me save my module dot py, and then guys, basically how do we use now this module that we just created? Now when you try to refresh here the desktop, you can see now we have my module dot py file. So how do you use it? So basically, to use it, you have to use the import keyword. Let's say import. Remember, it must be in the same directory for you, for it to work better. And then here, let me see my module. It was my module, and then here, let's say my module dot greeting, and then what I do, let's say. So it will pick the name. You saw we use name here. The name. So when I said here name, when you say name here, we'll have created that object name, and that will return the name. Perhaps let's say Nehemiah Wekesa, like this. And then what I do, let me just let's try to run. Let me run, and then you can see hello Nehemiah Wekesa. So basically it has worked. So basically this is how you can create a module. But then when using a function from a module, use the syntax basically the module name and the function name. Remember, you can have several functions, but you have to specify the function if you want to use it. So guys, basically you can as well, the module can also contain a function, as I've told you, but you can as well do it. You can as well use variables of all type. You can use dictionaries. You can use you can use objects, basically dictionary, arrays. You can use anything, tuples. But you must save in the same module. You must use it in the same module, and then should I show you that? Perhaps again, let me create another one. Let me just delete this one, and then let me create another one. Perhaps let me notepad. Let me go to the notepad, and then let me just use variables. Perhaps let me call it person 2, perhaps person 1, and then here let me use a dictionary for the person. A dictionary is defined in the braces, and then perhaps let me say what a name is a string, so it should be name, and then separated is basically, remember that a dictionary is a key value pair, so you must have the key. Then the value here, let me just give it Nehemiah Wekesa. Then you close, and then separate an item. You use a comma, and then for age is a string, so let me say age, then separated with a comma. Perhaps I can say 40, and then what else? Comma first of all, and then for country, perhaps let me say country. Let me say country, and then perhaps let me say Kenya. Let me say Kenya, like this. Then you always remember to close the curly braces like that. And then let's save. Let me save, and perhaps let me call it. Perhaps let me use all type, all files. Then here perhaps let me call it what? Let me call it what? Let me just call it my. Let me call it. Perhaps let me call it Nehemiah, or a name tag module, name tag. Let me just call it name tag. Then what I do, let me just save. Let me just save, And then now guys, basically to use it, you have to import the module itself. Let me copy first of all this statement, or I can just, let me just call it nametech. It was nametech, right? Nametech. And then to use the module, remember I said that you have to do it, you have to use in this format, module name and also the function name. Actually, you can as well use the variables as I said, and then the variable name. So first of all, let me say pass. Let me say what? Let me say let me call it a variable a, and then let me assign it to the function, to the module, my module. Let me call it my module dot paths, my module dot what, my module dot paths person, my module dot person what, dot person dot person. It was person one, right? I think it was person one, and then here let's target what, perhaps let's target the age. Then let's say print is a string, age is a string, and then let's say print print. Then we're gonna pass in a. Let me try to run and see if it will work. No module name nametech. There's no module called nametech. Wow, I think nametech, it's there. Oh guys, basically it's a txt file. It should be, it should be py.py. What I do, let me just try to change the name. Let me just say how do I change the, let me just go to save as, and then here let me just change here to, first of all, to all files. Then here is gonna be txt dot it should be .py, and then let me save, and then again here it is py. Then what I do, let me just try to run again and see if it will work. Module has no attribute called oh guys, I basically used, here it should be nametech, right? It should be nametech. It should be nametech also. And then what I do, let me try to run, and you can see guys, it works. It has printed out 40. So guys, basically this is how you can use also variable outside the the stuff, basically outside the module. Actually, you can use the variables from the modules. So guys, basically you can use your module also as an alias. Perhaps let me talk about how you can name. Basically, let me talk about naming a module. You can name the module file whatever you like, but it must have the file extension .py. You can see when you try to use .txt, it failed to work. But you can create an alias when you import a module. Like you can say nametech. If you want to use it as alias, you must use this keyword as to define that this one is alias. Perhaps let me call it n. So basically n, it will be the alias for nametech. And then once you have used it there, you must also use what, the same n here, like that. Then what I do, let's try to run and see if it will return. You can see it does. You can as well do what, you can as well let's target what, something else, like the other parameter was a name, right? Let's say name, and see if it will work. You can see it has printed out Nehemiah Wekesa. So guys, basically remember there are several building modules in Python. Python itself has the modules, the building modules, which you can import whenever you like. Like let's try an example. Like you can say let me use a building Python module here. Perhaps let's say import a platform, import platform. Then perhaps let me say x. Then let me assign it to platform. The module itself, platform. Should be platform, and then system. Then we can do it. We can print out x. Let's say print that X. Then when I run, you can see it is Windows. Remember, you can as well just pass directly this method inside the function. Like if you don't want to use the variable, but it's a good practice always to use the variable. So let me just cut there, and then I do it. Let me just use it there, and then it will still give you the windows, but also is a good practice to use the variables because you've learned how to use variables. So guys, basically you can as well use basically they are built in function to list all the function names or variable names in the module. Like for example, if you want to obtain the function inside this platform, you can see I've just used system here, but if you want to specify what if you want to find the function used there, you can just say basically you can use a variable, but you can as well use this method here called basically you can use this method called dir, and then here you're gonna pass in your module itself, module name, which is platform. Then it will return what? It will return all the function inside this. It will list all the name belonging to the platform module. What I do, let me try to run. First of all, there's an error. Basically, guys, it shouldn't have a dot here because it's a method. And then let me run, and then guys, you can see it has returned all the all the you can see system. It returned what? It returned the operating system. You can try with anything else. You can see there are very many, but this is how you can do it. This is how you can use this idea function to list the list of functions that are available there. So basically to do it, but I think guys, you have understood how you can you have understood to work how you can work with modules. But I remember there are several modules that are very helpful in Python, like a NumPy. For NumPy is very useful in machine learning. If you want to specify in machine learning or data science and such stuff, you can learn Python. Basically NumPy. Also pandas. You can also learn SciPy. Those are very powerful modules in Python that are very useful when doing data analysis, machine learning, and such stuffs. So guys, let me talk about something else. Like let's talk about the Python, dates. Let's talk about the Python dates. And basically, a date in Python is not a data type on its own, but we can import a module named datetime and work with dates as objects. Like let me use a new cell here, and then guys, perhaps let me say import datetime. Import datetime, and then guys, basically here you can say, remember datetime. I've used datetime because it's very useful. For example, if you are working with if you are creating an application or something that you wanted to include to return a datetime or something like that, so datetime is very useful. Datetime dot now, let me say dot, the module is datetime, then the function here is datetime to obtain the datetime, and then dot now. For now, first of all is a function, then you do what, you to print out, let's say print x. Remember, you can just pass directly this statement inside the function, but it's a good practice to use the the variables. So you can see it is 2023 on this is April, and then date 21, then this is the time, and then this is the basically this is the time, right? So that's how you can obtain the the date time. So how do we create the? You can as well create the date objects, but guys, let me just show you an example here. You can create the date object, like for example, in this date time, if you don't want to specify time now, you can say, you can just specify it yourself. Like you can say 20 20 2020, then the month, and then the date, and then when you run, let's run. And then guys, basically you can see it still return that. So guys, basically you can create object, and it will do what it will return your date time. So guys, remember date time class also takes parameters for time and time zone. That is hour, minute, second, microsecond, time zone. But they are optional and has a default value of 0. If you don't specify, you can see that's why here at the end it was 0 0 0 for a time. So but then the other thing perhaps in the time that perhaps I can talk about is the formatting. Now guys, I basically use the str f time method if you want to do it. If you want to format the date object into readable string. So guys, basically and this strf time method takes one parameter called format to specify the basically the format of the returned string. Like for example, here I can just say x dot what str f time is a method, and guys, basically if I want to display the name of the month, I can just say percentage and then be like this. For string, you have to do it, you have to use the quotes, and then when I run, you can see it is May. You can try also with for day of the month, you use a small d. Let me show you that perhaps. Small d. It should be small d. And then you can see it is 17th. So guys, basically you can try with the weekly. With the weekly is A. For weekly day, full version is perhaps A, capital A, W for weekdays, and so forth. But you can find reference on the website. Let me talk about the Python math. And guys, basically Python has a set of built-in math function, including an extension of math module that allows you to perform mathematical tasks on numbers. So let me try to use math there, because let me just use some function like the minimum function and the maximum function to find the lowest and the highest value for an iterator. Like for example, let's create a variable here, x, then let me assign it to minimum value, and then perhaps let's if you want to obtain the minimum value, like let's say 5, or let me say 2, 10, 19, and then for example, for maximum, let me copy, and then let me paste it there. Then here let me change here to max. Then let's try to print everything. Let's say print x. Oh guys, here I should also change to y, right? Y. And then also here let's say print. And then we're gonna pass in y, so it will return. Here we know that the maximum is 19, the minimum is 19. So for x it will be 2, the minimum, and then the maximum and the y is 19. So it will return 2 and 19, because that's how you can use this function to obtain the minimum and the maximum values. You can also get the absolute positive value. For example, if you have a value like let's create a variable x, then let's assign it to, first of all, use this function here, abs, then let's pass in even a negative value like 10.6 or anything, and then let's say print x. Let's say print something like x. Then what I do, let me run. and then you can see now it has returned an absolute positive value. You can use also the power to obtain the power. For example, if you want to obtain the power here, you can just say POW, and then you're gonna get the power of this. Not really should be, you should first of all have two parameters. The first of all the first item, and then to power, for example power 2, it will be 16. Let me run. Then it will be 16. So you have to use two arguments here for it to return what the power of something. So you can as well use the module. Python has a module, a built-in module called math, which extends the list of mathematical function. And to use it, you must import the math module. So like let me use in this example, like let's say import math is from Python, and then perhaps let's say x, then let's say math, and then let's target the thing that you want to access in the math, or the function. Like let's use the square root function, which is defined with sqrt function. Then perhaps for 64, square root of 64, let's say print x is gonna be 8, right? 8.0, right? So basically guys, this is how you can find the cell, the flow, and then and many things. It has many. You can also get the pi. Like for example, let me just show you the pi. Let me just say pi, so you can find the pi, the value of the pi. So it has many items here. In these are math. It has many functions. You can try to work with that. But I want to talk about the Python JSON. Let me talk about the Python JSON here in a few. Now JSON is a syntax for storing and exchanging data, and JSON is text written with the JavaScript object notation. So Python has a built-in package called JSON, which can be used to work with the JSON data. So let me show you. For example, first of all, you say import. Remember, these are just built-in modules in Python. Then JSON. Import JSON. This is how you can import JSON. And let's talk about how you can pass JSON or convert from JSON to Python. Remember, the real JSON is JSON for JavaScript. But let's now talk about how you can convert it and use it in Python. So let's pass it by using first of all, let's create a variable, and then let me assign it to, let's add in some JSON here perhaps. Remember, JSON is a kind of dictionary like stuff, or a dictionary like document. So it's defined using these braces, curly braces. Remember, these are just like for Python dictionary. It also uses the keyword pair, just like the normal Python dictionary. Like for example, name, the key, then a value. I can say perhaps Nehemiah or Kesa, Nehemiah, and then you separate also, just like in the normal Python dictionary, you separate with the comma, and then you can say perhaps age, and then you separate with a value with what? With a colon, then perhaps let me say 19 years of age, and then to pass it, use y. Perhaps let me create a variable, another new variable. Then let's pass it, and then let's say JSON dot loads, and then we're gonna pass in that x. This is a JSON file. This is a JSON file. JavaScript, object notation, string object notation. Then what I do is let me just do it. Let me say print, then let me say y, then target in what? Let me target perhaps age. Age is a string, so let me say age, and then what I do, let me run and see if it will work. You can see syntax error, name. You can see it is a syntax error. So guys, you can see it is invalid syntax because we can't use the quotes, single quotes, if you have defined a single quotes outside, inside should be double quotes. Like let me just try to modify. Let me modify, and then here I should have used double quotes, and then here also for name, this one should be double quotes again. Also for age, it should be double quotes like this. Let me try to run again and see if it will work. Yeah, guys, you can see it does. It gives you 19. So guys, basically, guys, that's how you can work with it. And basically, you can also convert Python to JSON. So basically, here we have converted from JSON to JSON to Python, but you can as well convert from Python to JSON using the dump, and JSON dump method. So like remember, a normal Python dictionary is just let's say import first of all JSON, and then let's create a variable x. Then let's just use a normal Python, a normal Python dictionary like this. Let me just copy this. This one is a Python dictionary, and this is just a normal Python dictionary, key value pair. And then what I do to convert it into JSON, we're gonna use, let me create a variable y, then let me assign it to JSON dot dumps method. Then we're gonna pass in x, then at the print function. Now guys, basically the result will be a JSON string. Let me say print what? Let's say print should be x, right? Should be y now, y. Then what I do, let me run. And then guys, you can see now it is now a JSON string. So basically guys, this is how you can do it. This is how you can convert. You can convert even the dictionary. You can convert the floats, tuple, or any other data type. But let me talk about something else. Like let me talk about the regular expression. Let me talk about Python regular expression in a few. And we use the, let me show you that. Let me just REX, should be X. So basically this one stands for regular expression. It's a sequence of characters that forms such a pattern. And basically regular expression can be used to check if a string contains the specific such a pattern. So this one is very, very important because it can help you do it, search. You can use it to search anything. So guys, basically Python has a built-in package called RE, which can be used to work with a regular expression. Like to import it, you just say import. Should be import RE, so that it may work with the regular expression. Now basically when you have imported this RE module, you can start using the regular expressions here. Like let's create, for example, a text. Let me call it txt. Then let me use a string. Perhaps let me say this is my first programming language to learn, and it's interesting, right? So remember this it's, let me use it. Remember, in that case you have to use double quotes if you want to use those stuffs. Here you should now use, now you can use now that quotes, but you have to assign. I forgot to assign. You have to assign. And then let's now use the regular expression here to search something. Like let's create a variable like let's say x. Then let me use re. Then let me say dot search, and then let's search something. It's a string. So let's search basically something like let's say let me say this, or let me just say let me say is and then a dot also Perhaps let me also let's say um, let's say learn. Perhaps let me say learn, and then you close with the and here, and then what I do is first of all you add in what you add in a comma, and then I specify the place where you want to search it. It is t should be txt variable, and then what I do is basically to obtain the result. We can use what the if statement here. You can say if x if x print. You can say print. Let me say something like let me add in a string here, like let me say yes. Yes, we have a match. 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 Otherwise, we have a match like this. So not really. I used double quotes, so I should have removed the not really double quotes. I used these two parentheses. I should have removed one. And then here let me say else. Let me say else. Not really should be first of all print, and then here let me remove the indentation. Then let me say else. Else print. Else print no match. No match. No match. Then what I do, let me try to run and see if there's a match. Let me see. There's no match. There's no match, guys. Basically, there's no match. Perhaps here, let me change here to something else, like let me remove the and. Yes, there's a match. So, guys, basically I forgot. I should have removed the and there, so that you can see now we have a value that has this and ends with these other stuffs that ends with the interest. So you can see there's a match. So guys, basically this is how you can use the regular expression to find to search for other stuffs. And so basically guys, you can also find you can use the find all function to return the list of containing matching items. Like you can say, for example, for example, let me just remove this statement, and then let's say print. Let me just print here, and then perhaps let me say x, but let me modify here to say, let me use this function called find all. Should be find all a function, and then perhaps let's try to find something that has what, something like let's say first. First, then what I do, let me try to run, and then again you can see there is something that has first. Or let me just end. Let me say end. Then let me just change here to is, so that it may find all item that has is in it. Then perhaps here let me just say is. Then let me run, and then you can see there are two items that has is. So basically, as you can use this regular expression to do many things. You can find everything, every reference on the website, but let me now talk about something else. Let me talk about the PIP, the package manager. You saw that we installed when we were installing Python. So let's understand the PIP. And basically, PIP is a package manager for Python packages or a module. You can use it to install, external packages or modules. Like first of all, let's understand what is a package. A package contains all the files that you need to use for a module. Like remember, modules are Python code libraries you can include in your Python. And guys, let's first of all show you. Let's now check. Let's now learn how we can check this PIP if it is installed in your system or not. But in most cases, when you install Python, it should be installed with the PIP. But if you want to check, just type in PIP, and then PIP in your terminal, and then dash version, and then when you hit enter, it should give you the PIP version that you use. Mine is 23.0.1. I think this one is the latest for Python 3.1. One, it came with this Python 3.11. So basically that's how you can check. And to install it, guys, basically you have to do it. You have to go to the website that is pypy.org, and then projects, and then a PIP. Let me show you that how if you don't have, if you want to install it, you can just go to pypy.org, then projects, then PIP. If you want to install PIP, then I get there. I get oh guys, basically I think there's a typo somewhere. So guys, let me just click on this link. I think it will work. So guys, basically this is how you can click on the installation. Click here on the installation here, and then here there's a documentation on how you can install it. So guys, basically you can see there's this installation process you can do. You can check it out, but for now you can go through this documentation here and learn everything. But basically guys, this is how you can do this, how you can use it. Basically this is how you can install the Python, or this is how you can check that PIP not really installation. But guys, basically let me show you how you can use a package, or how you can install a package with the PIP. For example, if you want to install camel case, just go to, let me go to this command line. Then here perhaps you use now PIP. Then let's say install. If you have a PIP in your system, you can use it now. And then let's say install camel case. And then when you click on enter, it's going to install that camel case for you. You can see it is downloading. You can see it is now installing. So basically guys, this is how you can install the you can install the package with the PIP. So perhaps the other thing that I want to talk about is the user input, and basically this one is very fundamental as we will try to wind down. Basically Python also allows for user input, and that means that we are able to ask the user for input, and basically the method can be different basically between three. Basically, for example, for now I'm using Python 3.11, but for Python 2.7 and earlier, it will be different. Like for 3.11, or basically from 3.6 and above, we use input method, but for earlier version, we use the raw underscore input method. And so basically, like for example, let me show you an example for that. I can say here, let me just say for example, let me say username. I can assign it to input function, and then here I can say enter. Let me say enter username. Enter username, and then here the print function. Let me say print. Let's say print, so that it may return. Okay, so that it can return the function there. I can say for example, let me say something like let me say your username is, perhaps let me add in an indentation here, or let me just remove there, and then I add in a white space, and then here let me concatenate with what? Let me concatenate with username, right? Username, that variable. And then let me try to run and see. Guys, you can see enter your username. For example, when I enter Nehemiah Wekesa, or let me use admin at nametech.com. When I enter, then you can see your username is admin@nametech.com. So basically, guys, this is how you can use the this input. Basically, this one works in the earlier version between 3.6 and above, but for earlier version 2.7 and below, you have to specify raw_input this way. Raw underscore input for it to work. Remember, it's not defined in this latest version, that's why it raised an error, but for earlier version it works. And so basically, this is how you can work with the user input to collect the user input. Now lastly, the other thing that perhaps we can finish with is the string formatting. And so let me talk about the string formatting in a few. And guys, to make sure a string will display as expected, we can format the results with the format method. And guys, basically, let me talk about this string format. Basically, the format method allows you to format selected parts of a string. And guys, basically sometimes there are parts of a text that you do not control. Maybe they come from the database or the user input. So to control such values, we add the placeholder, the curly braces in the text, and run the values through the format method. So let me show you that example. Let me say, for example, let me say price variable. Let me assign it to perhaps 50. Let me say 50, and then let me create a string here, txt, and then let me assign it to this string. Perhaps let me say the price is, then I use this curly braces, opening and closing, the empty object, the empty object like that. Then I here perhaps let me say dollars, and then here let's the print function, perhaps let me say print, let me say print, and then here let me pass in txt dot format, and then price, and then price, and then guys, basically what do I do here? Let me just try to run and see. So basically it will format, you can see it is now $50. So guys, basically this is how you can work with that. And if you want to add decimals, you can just specify the decimal. First of all, you begin with the colon, and then basically dot, and then 2 to basically specify first of all 2f, basically 2f, so that you may add 2 decimal places. Let me just run, and then you can see now it is 2. You can add 4, say 4, and then it will add 4. So for multiple values, if you have multiple values, like let's say for example, let's say price, and then item, perhaps item number, or item, let me just say perhaps let me say item number, assigning it to perhaps 10, and then so in that case, guys, I can say perhaps I want the price is for what, and then here I can say, for example, for if you have several items, you can say for, and then here I can say for items. Let me say items, for items, and then guys, basically once you have done that, then you have to do what you have to pass everything here, and also let me pass in item number, so it will print the price is $50 for 10 items. Let me run. You can see the price is $50 for 10 items, and So guys, I think this is all I wanted to show you in this Python course. And guys, basically you have learned a lot in this Python course. Now you are a pro, and I really appreciate you so much for embracing Python. You have gained a lot, guys, and you're gonna be a very useful person out there. So guys, I really appreciate you so much, and you can as well like this video, subscribe, and share it to your friends so that someone else can also learn just like you. But all in all, I really appreciate you very much, and until next time, this is Nehemiah. Goodbye. Thank you.